Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing? No, I'm not delisted. I'm just a minute late. Ding ding. Just trying to get all of this set up. I had to update OBS this morning, so I've got some issues. How's everyone doing? Sure, RevQ. Is it at 0 yet? No, not. It's not going to display on here. I have it. I have it on TradingView. Maybe have it on trading. Yeah, I do. Woo, 210. You can still close your positions. I think they don't have data for OTC unless you pay for it. I could check. Let's see if I can pay for it. Maybe I can. It looks like it kind of found a floor at 210. Schwab won't let me trade RevQ. You gotta call them. They absolutely will. One-fourth my cost basis. I prefer to look at Revlon like I lost $10,000 and I didn't lose the other 90 that I'd made off it. You know? That's 3 months, $10,000 play. Not a big deal. You close in your positions? Probably not. Figure the money's already gone. I should probably close my WeBull ones, though, since I can't trade them from here. Eh. I can't sell my rev calls. Are they dead? No? Rev moves to the OTC marketplace. Can I still wear my wife's Revlon nail varnish? Yes, you can. What was the spy doing in pre-market? Attempting to test 30, like 360? TRS? That sounds awful. You know, I'm not that worried about the downside because, like, people are going to paper hand, but the guy who owns all the shares still hasn't sold. So, the OTC system seems legit. I mean, it's an exchange. There's big companies that trade on OTC. I went to Walgreens to sell my Rev OTC and they wouldn't take it. You have to fling it across the counter. That's what they mean by over the counter. If you try to use the self checkout, it's not going to work. Oh man, I thought I'd be able to sell on Webull. You probably will have to transfer the position. I don't even know if you can sell these on Webull. No. You can sell your shares on Webull, but you might have to. I don't know if Webull's gonna add it. They might add it to their like OTC list, but it's PCO right now. You probably have to transfer out if you want to trade it. If I transfer my fucking shares out, they're gonna lock my account. Nobody can sell out of any broker? Really? Even if you have OTC on? How the fuck is it trading then? How long will it take before you can trade options again? Probably like a couple days. Schwab works now? Okay. SPXL 1118 $60 call down 20%. Hold for a rise. SPXL 60. Hold on. I have no idea what the current fucking spot on SPXL is. $11.18. Oh, you're not really in a terrible position right now. And you have plenty of theta. I mean, you're a little out of the money, but I don't think it's that bad. How do we sell our calls? Can we? You may have to transfer them. Options should be PCO on brokers. Let's see if they open them up or not. Volatility should be quite high given the massive sell-off. So they may be worth more, but they're not letting me close them here. Yeah, it's just canceling the order. Fidelity isn't allowing shares to be sold. Okay, give it a minute. It's clearly the brokers are catching up. That way the institutions can front run us. Fidelity reporting RQ'd down 50% to 176. That's what it looks like. Well, yeah, 176.75. Pin daily at the top of chat. Oh shit. Yeah, everybody I forgot to post the daily DD. Here. RevQ versus RevRQ. That's the OTC exchange they're on. So they went to the same exchange that like Hertz did. It's what is it? There's like different grades of I never trade fucking penny stocks, so I always forget this. There's different grades of like OTC. You have like OTC, QX, and um there's like two or three other ones, and they're different based on the condition of the company. It's like OTC QX, QB. Then there's the pink market, and the gray market securities, which are like dead or lack regulatory compliance. So QX, I believe, is for companies that are current on regulatory disclosures and they maintain audited financials. They can't be a penny stock or a shell corporation or be in bankruptcy. And then OTCQB, I think, allows bankruptcy. So you can double check. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's just different regulatory compliance for each one. But Are you still bullish on Revrect? A bit. Uh, just because, you know, they're not insolvent. They haven't ceased operations. They're still running the company. And I think we'll know a lot more at the bankruptcy hearing. But I sure as fuck don't want to continue carrying options, I don't think. So, you know, like the shares and the options, like they're a loss anyway. I'm willing to take that hit. But if I were gonna like buy more shares, I would want to see like the omnibus hearings at the end of the month for their bankruptcy and see how they're gonna restructure the debt. Not, I don't think they're necessarily a bad speculation for the long term to get relisted, but right now, I mean, obviously, shit, it got delisted. The reasoning behind the delisting is a bit innocuous. I mean, so if a company's bankrupt, the NYSE can just delist them. It's just up to them, right? It's not, I mean, the company can appeal that delisting, the NYSE can then reject that appeal. They can then take that to court, I think, and they can take it to like a court of appeals and attempt to reverse the NYSE's decision. But that's a process, and until then, it stays on the OTC market. And it takes quite a while, I think. Can you shed some light as to what is going on with options on Rev? I'm not sure why. I mean, some people aren't even able to sell out of the OTC brokerages yet. I think they can survive. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily bullish. I'm still in it, but mostly just because I can't sell right now. I'll keep the shares. Fuck it. They'd be stupid to try to seller box it before their bankruptcy hearings, so it's not like they're gonna short it down to like 1 cent. Schwab, you can sell, by the way. Yeah, I see that. What's your reasoning for keeping the shares? I don't think they'll be worth much less. So it doesn't hurt me to hold it. Like, I don't need the money right now. I can just eat the loss, or at least the unrealized loss. You may need to call Fidelity and turn on OTC trading. You're probably gonna have to get in touch with your broker. I cover a lot of this in the pins on the Discord and in the daily DD today. I mean, you can sell out of Fidelity. You just need to turn on OTC trading. So you have to probably contact customer service and tell them that you want to turn on OTC trading. Why is Upstart getting murdered today? Because they're trying to short everything probably before they cover it. I was just able to sell mine on WeBull. It just says my account's not approved for options trading or OTC trading. Oh. Fuck. What is best to lend out all your Rev RQ and sell, then sell it short, then buy calls, sell puts, and recall shares? Maybe for Thanksgiving time frame. Like what broker? Maybe the bar rate's still like 85%, huh? Maybe Schwab. Schwab I think has Schwab and IBKR have pretty good like OTC versatility. So DCA into Rev RQ. I mean, dude, you got to understand the risks of buying into a fucking OTC stock. It's the risk is huge. I don't think Rev options on currently tradable on Fidelity. The price isn't moving. Hmm. I don't know why this isn't fucking working. Let's see something. No, Rev's probably not going to get seller box yet. Uh, Big oof. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if I can close this shit up. Or at least the options. Why is it rejecting? I don't know. Maybe CBOE's not doesn't have it moved over yet. Yeah, I don't know why the options orders are canceling. Let me look something up. It should still be tradable. And no new options are created, but existing options are still tradable. I did naked call on UVXY. Okay, that's just poor shit. That's what I thought. Yeah, maybe it's just not live yet. It could be that CBOE hasn't ported it over or whatever. Or finished closing down the chain. Or OCC hasn't. You want Fidelity, call Fidelity, and you can sell. Yeah, you can. It would be comedy if Rev closes at 50, but no one can exercise or sell. Oh, that would be super shitty. No trade Rev RQ and Fidelity. Did you turn on OTC trading? I searched Fidelity for OTC, said I could enable my account for penny stocks by receiving a text code and clicking acknowledgement of risk. Hasn't impacted anything with selling 35Cs. It won't. The options will remain probably separate. So we did get another little blow off of liquidity here. Yeah, everyone's gonna do that. There's gonna be a lot of paper handing. Well, let's not call it paper handing. Let's call it risk reduction. But I'll just maintain my position. So, like the stock position. Victor was here yesterday asking if Tesla was dead. Per Fidelity, you can close this option as you normally would any option. No special process is needed in this case. Still no bid, no ask. They're looking at it now. Yeah, they'll just give it time. They'll open up. I couldn't paper hand even if I wanted to. Monday morning, you'll hear the screaming of 90,000 Rev 35Cs stampeding for the door. Probably. What are the options for people holding Rev 35Cs and WeBull? You have to wait till they're tradable, but they'll be PCO. Don't worry, most of those 35Cs are sold, so there should be buyers. So you're just gonna sell your Rev options in Webull? Oh, I mean, if I transfer, then I have to lock my account. So I figured I'd just sell it and then buy back in over on Schwab, or at least the shares. Also, Schwab's just way better for trading OTC if I'm gonna do that. I think I've got like another like $500 left in like Rev gains, so I'll just slap that on the ask when it drops to 50 cents. And then my cost basis is super fucking low. I love OTC price volatility. It's fucking crazy. Wait till the sell-off's over. Any reason not to hold Rev 35Cs and see if there's a bump over the next month, or is that just cope? I mean, you can. You're probably not going to get more than like minimum bid for them. So like $5 a contract. I feel like you didn't appropriately tell us this risk for Rev's price. When you said that we could lose it all, I ignored that part. Well, technically, it's not at the point where you could lose it all yet. Your shit still has value right now. Not probably for very much longer, but it still has some value. Nobody can sell their calls right now. It's not. My Fidelity order to sell 35C just canceled. Yeah, it's gonna keep doing that. IV still climbing on GME. My calls IV was 130% Monday, 190% today. Yeah, IV spiked yesterday, even though the price dropped. Found this channel and PiFi late after having shares of Rev at 7. Dubai Triplets College Fund. I wish I found this earlier. I mean, I'm still in Revlon, so I don't know if finding this earlier would have helped that much. But I did outline the risks, I think, as clearly as I could. I'm gonna try to buy as many as I can. Then when Perlman recalls his shares and it squeezes to 100, I'm gonna exercise. Okay. I mean, you could, yeah, I guess you could do that. I don't know how that's gonna play out. OTC is tricky. I mean, especially when there's a majority shareholder like that and the borrow rate's so high. That's why I don't think they're gonna seller box it, because I mean, the majority shareholder has like 84% of the shares outstanding and is likely the only lender of short sales, right? And if you try to seller box the stock by over shorting it and he recalls his shares, you're gonna blow up your fund. So I don't think anyone's gonna be stupid enough to try to do that. That's like getting a loan from a casino and then going and playing slots. Were you up all night answering DMs? I answered them as late as I could till I kind of passed out. A lot of people, had questions. A lot of people were worried. That it would be like zero. It would open at like 0.00001 or something. Fucking $2 on a share isn't even as bad as an Opex. Didn't you say that you can short without a locate? Yeah, you can for a period of time. You still eventually need to locate the share. Yeah, just don't turn into Bbby. Don't be like weird. Don't turn it into a conspiracy thing. Keep your expectations realistic if you're gonna stay in it. It does. I mean, it's an operational company. They make $250 million a quarter. They have $2.5 billion in assets, which are all massively over leveraged. But if they're able to restructure their debt and fix their terms, they could take the company private, which would restructure your ownership. They could issue warrants to OTC shareholders and relist. There's a lot of different things that can happen, but read up on them, educate yourself on what can happen when owning a bankrupt company like this. They're not chapter 8 or 13, so it's not that bad. It's not like Sears or Blockbuster or something. And people were buying that last year. You're still welcome on the MMTLP train. Dude, I really don't want any part of that. I can't be more clear. It's not that I don't even think it has potential. There's just too much risk. There's too little liquidity to get any really decent leverage. And there's no options. At least my paper YOLO Snap 10p printed. Nice. I hope Snap rebounds a little bit today. I don't want to not get assigned. I really don't want it to drop to like $5. That'll piss me off. I also love how the market, like Meta and Pinterest drop. Like, the market is judging all the potential of social media on the back of Snap's earnings. Bankruptcy omnibus hearings are on the 28th and the 30th. If there's a buyout, so we have to accept a tender offer, would there be one? I mean, yeah, if there's a buyout, obviously you're not going to have much of a say in the price that the buyout occurs at, because Perelman owns so many of the shares that whatever benefits his interest will be what benefits yours. At least as far as anyone's concerned. So obviously you won't have any negotiation power as a shareholder in that buyout, but I'd imagine that if they did get bought out, it would be a pretty decent number. The problem with the Nasdaq listing, and yeah, they would be, the options would be reopened. But the problem with the Nasdaq listing is it can take quite some time, like 4 to 6 weeks at the fastest, provided that Nasdaq will list them anyway, right? Like Nasdaq may not accept their application because they are bankrupt or in bankruptcy. Nasdaq may accept an application from them after the 30th or the 28th. You know, if they've completed their debt restructure and they can start to pull out of Chapter 11, but that could also take quite some time. And they still got that city thing going on, so you got to be prepared for like a really long, potentially a really long holding period. I doubt there's an actual buyout. I mean, I doubt that Revlon would accept one. It'd have to be a very, very good offer for them to agree, right? Like Perelman's got to get his, at least his cost basis out of the company, and that seems unlikely given their current condition. I don't see anybody swooping in to offer them like 25 or 30 a share right now. How do I delete rev loss on my WeBull port? Oh, that's not how that works. Yeah, Rev is now trading OTC. Does the buyout have to purchase all outstanding shares in excess of the float? Like, are they made aware of how many synthetic shares exist at the time they make the offer? No, they just buy the float, and then any synthetics that exist will have to be closed immediately. Because the company would be going private, and you'd have the outstanding on your books. So, how is Upstart looking for Opex? November 18 calls are starting to die fast. Upstart looks fine for Opex. It just got shorted at open. You want them to short it. That's good. It's on Reg Show. It's still on Reg Show, right? I didn't check last night. I assume it is because people aren't like Upstart's off Reg Show. Yep, still on Reg Show. Ooh, my 3,700s are back in the money. Haha. Just got off the phone with WeBull. Pretty much what we already know. Unable to trade options on OTC, but can potentially exercise if you call them. Not about to buy 100 shares to exercise my $2 put. Why? You get to sell those shares at $2. You know that, right? If you exercise the put, you can sell the shares for more. So what's it trading at? It's trading at 186, so you can sell them for 14 cents more a share than they're currently trading at. Yeah, but I only have one. Alright, fair. 14 bucks probably isn't worth it. Oh, call them. Snake whips. You can probably get it turned on. Joke's on them. My Ref 35Cs were already down 80%, so it's not like I lost more, right? That's one way of looking at it. Did Weeble say if they're going to open up the options to allow PCO? Or do I actually... I'll just fucking take the loss. I don't even care. I'd rather do that than lock the account, transferring them to Schwab. RevRQ same like SHLDQ, a bit different. Sears is obliterated, right? Like they're not a functional company. Are SPX puts selling off? Looks like it. Some. We're still in the dead zone from yesterday, but we climbed back into the dead zone very quickly. The guy said we need to get relisted to trade options. So they're not going to allow closing of the contracts on OTC? I'll have to transfer them. Fuck. I'll just eat the loss. Fuck. I don't fucking care. Just called TD Ameritrade. Rep told me OTC should be automatically available. He wasn't able to give a good reason why I couldn't trade RevRQ right now. Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. What's getting delisted next? Nothing that I'm aware of. I mean, a bunch of things are up for delisting on NYSE, but I don't own any of them. What are the odds Rev can get relisted? I mean, it's unlikely NASDAQ's going to relist them unless they've finished their bankruptcy proceedings. If they do, I think there's a fairly good chance. I mean, they're a business that generates revenue, and if the stock price remains above, $1, I don't see why they can't. Any other bankrupt companies we should buy shares of? Not at the moment. Being delisted is not a good thing. Who said being delisted was a good thing? Would NYSE relist if they finish their bankruptcy proceedings? Probably not. I'd imagine after being booted off the NYSE, they probably wouldn't reapply there either. I don't think they expected to be delisted, frankly. $200,000 shares returned on Upstart. Okay. Couldn't Perelman come in and pay off all the debt, then bam, relisted? I don't think he has enough money to pay off all their debt. I think he could pay off their current liabilities. But it's not like bam, relisted. It would be like they go through a relisting procedure that takes some amount of time and, you know, prove to the NYSE that everything is in order for them to meet the requirements of the exchange. Adam Aaron said delisting is very bullish. When ApeCoin delisted. So WeBull won't allow for closing on rev calls at all then? It appears that way. So you'd have to transfer them. My GME position is currently up $420. Bullish as fuck. Nice. Perlman will just take it private at 55, upping his net worth, get a loan off that, pay off the debt, relist, jokes on everyone. Probably. But it's tricky. Like, when you have a majority shareholder like that, like, I really don't like the idea of them going private, because even if you don't just get like bought out, or they negotiate like private ownership as part of the delisting, like, your ownership can get drastically reduced. If you transfer to Webull, does your account have to be locked? And for how long? Probably a couple trading days, like T+2 or something. Ape has been running. Ape's going to run at some point because of the like arbitrage position, right? Is Jimmy worth wheeling? Yeah, it's not a bad wheel. It's a pretty good one. It's got high IV. So did we learn a big object lesson this morning? Don't invest what you can't afford to lose. I feel like everyone knew that lesson. Also, did you find out anything more to support your suspicions about the delist just before Opex? I mean, it doesn't matter what my suspicions about getting delisted before Opex are, right? It's still fucking delisted. What does it mean that somebody bought Upstart sweet puts in the 500s? Can you explain what this type of trade means? Yeah, they're shorting the stock. Polly. So they buy large orders of in the money puts in order to force the market maker to synthetically sell short the underlying. Can you transfer between Webull accounts without locking? That I'm not sure of. Give me one good reason I shouldn't double my rev position right now. You'll probably be able to get a better price. Maybe? Per TDA, we have not received new shares yet, so have moved them to RevQ. The new symbol will be RevRQ. Once we get them in the options, will then also be moved to that RevRQ once received. Okay. Think Jamie ever runs to 50 again? Yeah, I don't think that's out of the question. It Could be some time though. The volatility shorts just came back in again at like the end of August. So, the positionally they're not super overextended. Or they shouldn't be, given the amount of time that they've been shorting volatility. I don't think obligations are really all that compounded yet. So like I think we can run for Opex. I think we have a good chance. But probably not a lot. Like Gamma Max, maybe a little cross of Gamma Max, more like May than like March, right? Just because and that's just because I don't see the obligations. They could be there. They could be enormous. I mean, the liquidity on GME kind of indicates that they are. But it's different now, right? Now, ETFs have 4 times the number of shares to short every day. So we're not seeing GME fails anymore, right? So, there's an effective from the split that's kind of masks the continued shorting of GME's volatility. If ETFs had however million, it was like 12 million shares before the split, they should have like 48 million now, right? They don't, which is another interesting facet, but they should have roughly 48 million now, which means that that's 48 million shares a day that they can short, and so their rate of failure is way lower, right? That doesn't mean they're not shorting it or using building up those obligations, but it means that they're less visible to us than they were before the split. Well, they don't need to use 48 million shares to short the volatility, right? Up 110% on SPX 3700C. Bought it open. Thank you, Senpai. You got it, Chaku. Good job, man. My ref call just went active on Schwab. Up 96% on the day. Down 70% total. Let's fucking go. Gotta say, I guess they had to let Ivy settle down before letting us close our Ivy sensitive contracts. I didn't see that one coming. Ivy's not necessarily settled down. Remember, it's still OTC. Yeah, WeBull's not going to allow the trade of them. So, oh, fuck. I really don't want to transfer those. It's not even worth it, right? What's the contract price on them right now? I don't have Schwab open. Should probably do that. When would you consider rolling your Jan 23 Upstart calls? Probably like November Opex. I'd probably close them though. I'd close them and reopen them if nothing happened next week. Do you expect Jimmy to go lower than 24 before next week? Didn't we hit sub 24 in pre-market? Oh, we didn't. Huh. No. I think they've probably shorted us down about as far as they're gonna get. November 2750 for GME Opex doesn't seem terrible. Very close to the money though. So if Opex doesn't happen and price slips, you're gonna feel the pain of paying that intrinsic value up front. Wouldn't the 35C change to Rev RQ if it were tradable on WeBull? Maybe a day to finish transferring? Possibly. Schwab option contract mid price has not moved at all from the suspension price of 27.50. Okay. I'm disappointed in Upstart. More patience? Yeah, I think so. What are you disappointed in? Because they crushed IV a bit today? That's all that happened. It's just IV got crushed a little bit. Is there any case to hold the 35C for Rev through the bankruptcy hearings to see what will happen? I mean, if you can't sell it, you know, you could do that, I guess. I thought our markets were efficient. The transfer to OTC should be immediate. Why did you think our markets were efficient? They strive for efficiency. They fall way short of that goal. When will XRT come off Reg Show? When they decide to take it off Reg Show. The smartest thing to do right now is to quadruple down on Revlon, right? Absolutely not. When it calls on Fidelity, just go over to RevQ. I'm not sure how that works. I think so. I've never had options on something that got delisted. I've had shares, but I got lucky with that. It was like a day trade that I was in. I didn't even know what the fucking company did. And it got delisted, and the next day it opened on OTC like fucking $5 higher than where I bought it. So I was very happy. But I didn't have any contracts. Contracts should be PCO only. They're exercisable. Um, but no new options contracts should be created until the company's relisted. We're welcome to put in good to close orders for the options and see if one can get sold. Are you gonna hold your rev shares now, no matter how low the price dips? I mean, I'm gonna buy some more. Because I sold the ones on WeBull because I don't want to transfer them. Um, and then I'll probably just buy. Yeah, I'll probably just buy more. My cost basis right now is like $6, so if I can get that down decently, I'm willing to hold some shares into the omnibus hearings. I don't think they're gonna go out of business. Um, I think the supply shock just fucked them over as it, kind of coincided with their debts coming due. So, um, or the maturation of their debt. Yeah, so I'll probably buy more. I mean, I already lost the money, so I'll just keep the position. I don't think they're gonna fail as a company. Like, I think eventually they'll get relisted, but it could take a really long time. Can double down on Fubo. I mean, Fubo's solid. It's a decent price right now. Fubo picks? I don't know. What do you think? I don't see why Fubo would have like a big Opex run. At least not yet. The SPY is so fucking volatile today. Jesus. I'm not fucking touching this thing. I'm out of my straddle. I'm done. I'm the same way. Sure, I failed my math test in junior high school, but Mr. Godric will be dead soon, and there'll be my word versus his. I'm amazing at math. Ban the brush. Like, dude, I feel like this is like the 5th time Guybrush has fucked us over. You know, in the video games, he's not really like a reliable beacon of hope. Any more ultra degen contracts I can throw my final bits of life savings into? Are you still on the previous life savings, or have you moved on to the next one? They got shorted after they pushed up guidance. Media articles would rather talk about their epic failure flop of misguided sportsbook than the fact that Fubo is actually bullish. Yeah, or has better earnings. I mean, that just seems like a lot of short and distort, which I love. I mean, if they're gonna go out and pay for shitty articles to be written every single day about Fubo shedding what was basically just a continuous loss, um, cool. Do you know who has never, and I mean never, let us down? Frag. I would argue that when Frag didn't show up in November, I felt I felt a bit let down. Wait a minute, are you dropping market warnings with Guybrush? He's been a bad omen all year, but he was so great last year. Maybe he's just only reliable in a bull market. Would you take a looky loo at ACI? New dropped overnight and cause a drop. New FUD for big money to enter. I don't like anything you said in that sentence, Lawrence of Arabia. Aren't they being bought out at like $30 a share? Did the buyout fall through? I, there's regulatory hurdles with their merger. Albertsons shares sank 25% after a 1.1 advance session, but why? Fucking useless. Did they report something? Earnings? No. They have a dividend. Today's an ex-dividend date, so that's kind of weird. And the yield's not super impressive, but maybe. You generally don't see shorts short on the ex-dividend date. If Rebecca comes back, becomes the comeback kid, it'll be a Windows task failed successfully. Do you find this shorting on Upstart bullish for next week? I mean, yeah. It's anytime they short Upstart, that's a good thing. It's on Reg Show. Have you not been paying attention to anything I've said for the last 2 weeks about Upstart? You want them to short it. More shorting means more obligations. Down 1,600 on a 2,000 position on Rev. I'm kind of just like, I'll see what happens now. No point in selling. Okay. That's not an entry for Upstart. I mean, I just have November calls for Opex if something were to potentially happen. Thanks, Blueberry Batman. Holy volatility, Batman. I was down 10K on my puts a few minutes ago. I just sold at a 2K profit. Welcome to the SPX. Yeah, Jimmy, the Jimmy options are doing well. That's that like IV30 went up 8% yesterday, even though we dropped like a rock. I'm starting to think that Rev is too risky for my blood. You didn't think about that before at all, huh? Mike Zero Profit, why are you looking at prices of stocks on Market Watch? RevQ trading, I think RevQ is trading fine right now. It's $1.60 or $1.77. Maybe a dumb question, but how can you tell they're shorting on Upstart and GME? Because you can see them buying the puts, and then that's what the market maker does when you buy puts. Also, the prices going down usually implies, well, it's not always shorting, technically. ETF share creation is just selling shares. It's not actually shorting. There's no borrow agreement when you create shares and then sell them. You can see the effect in the fails. I mean, Upstart's being shorted heavily because it's on Reg Show. It's not only is it on Reg Show, it's on forced settlement on Reg Show. So it's Rule 204 is already in effect. It has been for quite some time now. Which means the only way to short it is with a pre-borrow agreement, and there's not a lot of available shares to short with. Do you think there could be enough obligations to run to Gamma Max for Opex? It's possible. At least Upstart has good sheets, so not like Revlon at all. I just don't want Upstart to close under 20 today. Well, maybe that's okay. Yeah, apparently you can put in a good to close order on Fidelity for Revlon calls. Everyone can trade Rev RQ, I think now. Just not the options yet. Or most people can't trade the options yet. Yes, it creates more FTDs. I'm Kirk, traveling to a wedding today, so I won't be active. Have a great weekend. See you later, Carl. Have fun. Jimmy Ivy staying elevated, good for Opex. Yeah. Assuming a run, do you think Upstart could go to 40 with a 50% increase in IV? What's IV 30 on Upstart right now? Let's see. Applied volatility on Upstart right now is about 144 for IV30. So, I mean, I could see Upstart IV hitting like the 160s. 170s maybe. It's been a while since it's kind of run hard, so I don't have the IV data back far enough to tell. But I would say, yeah, like a 40% move isn't an unreasonable target if they're gonna try to push it off reg show. IV moves on GME like this before Opex are normally a good sign of runs. No. Yes, but generally IV bumps whether there's an Opex run or not. I think the market makers just price in the risk of Opex either way. Just want you to know, I answer all of the paid surveys on Google to then pay for my subscription for Pi-Fi. We both hold long Google, so I see it as a type of sustainable patronage. I mean, I guess that works, yeah. No, I still can't sell my shares. What brokerage are you with, Damask? What's up with Fubo? I mean, it's been trading at in the same relative price range for several weeks now. I sold my puts yesterday on Albertsons. The Kroger deal fell through and it's down 25%. End to me. Wait, what? Dude, why is there no news on the Kroger deal falling through? I just checked and I couldn't find anything. Did they just announce it? How the fuck did everyone know in advance to sell? What would you say has the most weight in an OPEX run? Heavy shorting or high FTDs? FTDs actually don't have anything to do with OPEX. So heavy shorting. Like OPEX isn't like an FTD clearing period, right? OPEX creates FTDs, but it's not. Like OPEX is clearing laundered short sales and gamma exposure. I sold my puts yesterday on Albertsons. Okay, I saw that. Can you check Netflix option slow? Max Payne says 240 today. So I'm thinking about shorting. Too big of a bounce. Time to short. I don't know about that. That reminds me, I should probably call out my close out my bull put spreads. Netflix is really close to Gamma Max. Gamma Max is at 282. It may push through. There could be enough interest, especially into next week. I wouldn't go short on it right now at all. That seems like a terrible fucking idea. Not yet. And has Netflix ever broken Gamma Max before? Not this year. Hmm. Hey, thanks for looking at ACI. No problem, dude. My apologies for the haphazard message earlier. I went to a public pool yesterday, but also had questionable Mexican food. Now I'm frequently hugging the toilet. Oh, that's rough, man. I hope you feel better. It's Tasty Works saying they can't trade the options till Monday. It's when the SEC has sorted the symbol. SCC? OCC? That's OCC. Oh, okay, yeah. All right. TDA now showing order has been canceled due to an anticipated reorganization. Huh. I feel privileged to have Jan 35s. Yeah, so they're waiting for this symbol to carry over. I feel privileged to have lost some money with Gherk. I've made money, but never Gherk money. But today, we all lived the dream of true degenerate behavior. We all woke up with makeup smears. Yeah, I feel like I got fucked in the ass last night. Why didn't you tell me this was another takeout breakout? Either way, I would have bought calls, but now I have an excuse to blame you instead of myself. So what's your trading strategy here, Rims and Tims? Do you just simply buy calls every time the SPY is at any resistance? And what's the success rate on the strategy like that? You're like, oh, resistance, buy calls. It's got to be better than 50%. Maybe not in a bear market, but in a bull market it would be. I literally had 25 Ps. Why did you close them so early? Weren't they like free? They were like almost cost nothing. Like if you're gonna short a buyout like that, wouldn't you normally get like a bunch of theta? Robinhood won't let me sell my Rev. You'll probably have to transfer it, Prestige. You can PCO. You should be able to PCO your shares, but you may have to call them to do it. So during Opex, if we see a run on Tuesday or Wednesday, I remember you told us we'll see another T+2, right? How many times that T+2 run continue? It depends on how much Gamma Max continues to move up and people continue to buy calls. But, I mean, every move up creates more Gamma exposure for the market maker, right? Which then, settles in T+2 and causes another rise in price. Generally speaking, it really depends on the amount of obligations due during that period, but we almost always get one peak and then a higher high. Sometimes we get, like something like March, you get multiple T+2 rallies. I can kind of show you how that plays out. I think here on, well, let me do it here on the daily because it's easier to just outline it. So like if we look at Jan, or let's just go to March. March is sooner. So in March you have what was the Opex date for March? It was the 20. It was the 18th. So this is the Opex expiration. And then you see our first big volumetric run comes on T+2. But we start moving up on like T1, T and T1. And then, 2 days more consolidation and then another big volume day. then we kind of continuously run up to the first peak. This is, yeah, on the daily you can't see this, but the after hours peak here was actually higher than the initial peak on the run. This might be better on the, let me switch to the 4 hour so you can actually see all the price action. So yeah, this is our T2 date after Opex, and then we kind of slump for 1-2 days and we start moving back up again, right? And then, this is T+2 again. And then we get a peak and then 1-2, and then the end of the last day of T+2. Well, I guess it really started in the morning. We see our next peak, right? And then, this was a double break of gamma max here and here, right? And then then we start to see the market maker hedge break down after that. And so, the next T+2 is just downside because the market maker is no longer covering all that positive gamma, right? And then you can look at May as well. So May, this was the expiration, I believe, on the 9th. Was it the 20th? It was the 20th. So this is the expiration for May. And then May didn't happen until the final day of T+2. So it's T1, 2, right? And then remember that T+2 actually extends through market open, right? So T1 is through the opening bell the following day. And so you see opening bell the following day, our run starts. All the orders are in place. We start moving up. And I think the second peak on this also came in T1, 2. Yeah. And then we got another run here. 1, 2, right? And then 1, 2, and then we get another one. So basically what happens is when the price runs, it puts a lot of options in the money. Then, that creates a lot of exposure for the market maker, who then has to hedge that exposure in the next 2 days. Cancel on TDA. Call them up. Upstart 20 CSP is looking good for next week. I mean, I hope I don't get assigned on him today. I'd very much just like my money. I have these Rev Gen 75s. Thinking of holding. I mean, risky. You could. Very, very risky to hold options going into what Revlon's potentially going into. BOJ just rugged the yen. Yeah, they started an emergency bond buying program. Yeah, yen seems like at the same level it was at, roughly. I mean, 25 BPS down. It's still in that like 150 range. Or USD to yen. Familiar with that? No, not really. How can I blame blame the cat for Revlon? I don't think you can. He got bullish on it. That might have ruined everything for us. Do you think my $7 calls from when we run after the delisting hearing will print? Probably not. You can sell rev shares in Robinhood. I did it this AM. Oh yeah, you might need to use a limit order to close rev shares. It would know why I can buy, sell RevRQ on WeBull Mobile, but it's not tradable on desktop. It should be. Make sure you're using limit orders. Maybe close your desktop and reopen it since you agreed to trade OTC securities on Webull. I sold my Webull shares already. Like it took like a few minutes. Am I shadow banned? Upvote the stream so everyone can see the fantastic stream card when RevRQ trading at 6 decimal places. When looking at the 1 month GME chart, does the somewhat cyclical up-down price action indicate shorting to keep the price suppressed, or just chop and minor shorting? The up-down cyclical price action, on which I've wrote several DDs, indicates volatility shorting, a cycling of volatility shorting that is extremely profitable for institutions. Yeah, no problem, Tim VGP. SPX breakout of a Head and Shoulders. Weak. Might just be another shoulder. Not sure if anyone has asked yet, or if this is a bad time too soon. Are you still bullish on Rev? I mean, I still own a bunch of it. I think I'll determine my bullishness after the bankruptcy hearings. Yeah, IBKR is saying the same thing that they expected by Monday it will be sorted out as orders are auto-canceling. He also said they're getting a lot of mixed messaging. Huh. 17 months, I'm a fat dunce. Rev got pulled, Guybrush Cum Actors Guild Award. Bring back the perm for Revlon return. Bring back Sir Frag for the GameStop brigade. Thanks to the mold, now I won't grow old. Loves and hugs, Bob. Thanks, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. Always glad to see you here, man. Bitcoin ripping. Best to grab like 3 weeks plus of theta for Opex. At least, yeah. Just in case nothing happens, then your contracts don't devalue too much. Check DMs. What do we got? What's this? What the fuck is going on at $7 on Fubo? Are they sold? Those are puts? Jesus fucking Christ. Why are they buying so many puts on it? Holy shit. Yeah, they're sharting the stock hard. Also, the $5 strike. Wait, no, those are calls. No, that's still ridiculous. Hmm. I mean, no one's selling $7 fucking puts on it. That's for sure. Pi-Fi, you're a handsome and beautiful man. Thank you. At this point, I don't even like you, but yet I cannot step away because I've been here too long. Dance forever. Thanks, Darth. And don't lie to me. All right. I watched your video. It's kind of brutal how obvious stop loss hunting is manipulating the bid ask on SPX, reaching down to grab retail stops before big moves up. So I can give you a tip on that. Trading SPY and SPX for so long. Wait until they do that before buying in. And absolutely, because they can see it on the bid ask. Good morning, Girk. Just got up. What happens to Rev's open options positions? They become PCO, no new contracts are created. They're still exercisable and they retain their value. Only limit orders on OTC. Yes. Thoughts on SAVA for an Octopex or Novemopex? Hmm. Maybe Novemopex, considering it just ran super hard. I'd have to look at it a little more. I don't like how like bullish it is right now. I think it's got just more downside. I think after September Opex is kind of done. And I'm also pretty sure that SAVA runs on like an offset cycle. I don't think it runs on the same cycle as like GME and everything else. It has to do with like it runs with like biotech shorters, which might be like a different you know, some other volatility short fund. Hal already up 5% today. I bought a lot of it. It's been doing pretty good. It's not 2250, but is this GME price still solid going into October Opex? Yeah, that's fine. I would have liked to have seen us get shorted a little harder. Like the way they're shorting Upstart, this I kind of like. Call TDA. You should be able to sell shares. Well, GME calls are cheap. They're fairly cheap, yeah. Sorry, asked this already, but are you considering the small account still? Yeah, I think so. Maybe after OPEX settles down, I'll start doing it. I got too much to focus on right now. As always, thanks for everything. Took the L on Rev, but there's always the next play. Looking forward to learning more with my favorite degenerates. I hope everyone has a nice, relaxing weekend. Thanks, Potato Tom. You too, man. Looks like Girk's buying some Snap. I already own the fucking Snap. That's the problem. I mean, well, okay, so if the covered calls I sold go out of the money, um, I'll have dropped my cost basis on Snap to about $4. But that's still kind of shitty. No, I'm not gonna get fucked on this. Get out of here. Yeah, that's fine. It's not going to $5 today, right? I don't think so. I hope not. I bought way too much Snap for that buy right. It was really good though. It was such a good buy right. Do you have some spy call November 18 positions? SPX, yeah. I have 37 and 3800s for SPX for November 18. I have some shorter dated 3700s also, but I closed those out today. Bear's gonna fight for 3650. I could see that, yeah. They won't let you close your position though? Seriously? Who's HL? Is that like a foreign brokerage? So it took 30 minutes or so, but after I signed the penny stock agreement on Fidelity, I can now place orders to sell Rev RQ. Probably just put on mascara and cry in the mirror instead of selling though. That's always an option. It's better to do it in the shower with like a small mirror. It's more dramatic at least. I don't really think Opex plays are all that affected by the Fed hiking rates. I mean, maybe a little because institutional call buying decreases because of row. So like they don't want to buy into huge call positions because it's a little more expensive to buy farther dated ones. So we're seeing like less support on the chains on farther dated strikes. But I don't really think we've seen the apex of the downside of that yet because um rates are still going to increase probably into Q1, Q2 of next year. Like we still haven't hit, we're still way off actually from an aggressive, like a more aggressive rate. I think they're still targeting like 4 to 4.5 or something, or at least 4 to 4.5 is priced in the futures. I sold one Rev RQ share on TDA using limit. TDA still lets you pull up the Rev ticker. If people are trying to sell Rev, that's the problem. Ah, okay. I guess 12% downside protection wasn't enough. Fired up the snap wheel. Nice. I mean, it's not a terrible wheel stock. It's fairly cheap and the returns are okay. But yeah, I would have protected, like, you generally want to protect a little bit going into earnings if you're gonna do a buy rate like that. Like you want to try to lock in at least your profitability with the covered calls. Because you already have the IV crush working in your favor, right? Although I was gonna sell them at 9 and then kind of just decided to sell them lower in case. Because I was worried about Snap maybe missing again. I think Fubo is in the Bbby situation. They erected a hot put wall to close out shards. Ooh. I like that. That would explain all the news articles. My broker switched Rev to Rev RQ. Cool. Yeah, it'll probably be all sorted out by Monday. Is Bbby being shorted? You think it will run next week or Opex? Think about buying some calls. I really don't like Bbby. No, I don't see a lot of obligations building there. And while I do think it's being shorted, I think a lot of those shorts were opened really high. So I would either want to wait until I saw it got put back on Reg Show or until there's some kind of news. I don't think a turnaround's impossible for them, but I'm not a fan of their turnaround plan. I think they should just shed the dead parts of the company and break out Bbby separately. And just carve it out and move on. It would be a better business to run. So even if we haven't seen an Opex for Upstart, historically speaking, we're positioned well for one now. Yeah. If Upstart keeps getting shorted this hard, I'll need a loan through them to pay my bills. Boosting their revenue. Wait, bullish? All jokes aside, it's looking good. I mean, we want them to short it down before they cover. So, if you can't deal with the downside on these plays, then you probably don't want to be in them. Contrary to popular belief, stocks don't just go up. Bullard said exactly that. Rate hikes end early 2023. Seems like how much time they're going to need, given current conditions. Fubo versus Snap for wheeling. I mean, I'd rather own Fubo than Snap, if I'm going to be honest. Gherk, when I win, I make white. When I lose, I make white. I even think about white while I white. Whenever I dry out and making white, I will still have the knowledge shared. Live life 365. Thank you so much, Kendra. A lot of people in here today are going to be making white with their tears over the weekend. So, it's good to know that they have your support and understanding. It's likely for Upstart to be shorted more even during Opex next week. That could be, yeah. They could short all the way right up into covering. Bottom for Upstart 2075. I mean, it slipped the $20 mark before briefly. I don't think it was that long ago. Yeah, it fell below 20 a couple times. No, did it? Just once? Not at all. Nope, never been below 20. I thought it fell in pre-market one day, but I guess not. 2019 is the lowest price so far. We're still a decent amount above that. With upcoming FTDs, not FTDs, Reg Show closeout Rex, possible Opex, heavy shorting, and earning not till November 8th. What's the biggest risk factor? For Revlon, time. The biggest risk factor for playing Revlon is time. Positioning your theta properly. So what you really, really want to see on Upstart, I think more than anything, is we want to see Upstart run pretty hard and stay on Reg Show. If that happens and they short it back down from that run, I'm going hard as fuck into it. Do you think that a 31% down move on Snap is a bit overdone? Probably. Snap usually rises back up a bit from its earnings drops, but not fully. I don't think their earnings was as bad this time, but everyone's losing subscriber base to TikTok. So are people still mourning their Rev exposure? People sad that they bought too much risk. If only there was a heavy industry blue chip that moves cyclically that has been played by you for over a year. Are we talking about Reg? I know you're talking about Cat. Yeah, I mean, if only there was this stock that went up a bunch every quarter. Yeah, Cat's awesome. Cat's probably gonna start to realize some more of its upside next 2 weeks. It's done so well with the market action too. I mean, it's just holding that level so great. Are you bloatish on RevRQ? Upstart hasn't been below 20 once. Yeah, I saw that. Do you think 40 for Upstart is realistic? I think that's possible. It's a little greedy, but I think it's possible. Looking at the big picture, do you still see SPY, SPX Quick shedding, selling today? Look at the end of week bullishly. Gracias. I mean, we are seeing them shedding a little bit, but it's, you know, SPX is cash settled, so if they're in the money, they just hold into close, right? They don't need to drop their positioning at all. If they're out of the money, those you might see closed out into like the end of the day. So you may get like a rally in like the last like 45 minutes or something. You got Upstart on there twice. Bullish. Oh, whoops. Sorry. There we go. Snap is such a ridiculous stock. It triggers me sometimes how it can mess with the market. Yeah, I don't understand why all social media is being priced on the back of Snap's earnings, but it keeps happening. I mean, I'm not very bullish on social media companies right now at all, but like the fact that like Spy and like Meta are taking hits because of Snap, like, and Pinterest are taking hits because of Snap earnings is ridiculous. I bought a bunch of cat weeklies today. Ooh, greedy. I like it. Makes this Kendra guy think he can just go around, you know, saying things. Pigeon whale. Because anybody else would be banned, right? That's mostly what pigeon whale is. It's like just a way to pay to not get banned. And also shit on the pores. I bought a bunch of cat weeklies today. Oh, you told me that. Okay, I saw that. People need to take a hint that the Rev play did not work out. Yeah, it was delisted. Are you tempted to just go flat on your Rev positions today? I mean, I'm just gonna keep what I have because I already lost all my money. I bought a scary amount of Upstart calls today, which I did not intend on initially. Okay. Ooh. It looks like the only calls that are really down today on Upstart are the Novembers. Like the Novembers are getting priced down kind of hard. The FTDs and Opex and stuff work the same on OTC. Roughly. I mean, shorting's a little bit different. Well, I just sold some November 1820 CSPs on Upstart. I'm thinking about selling some, but it might dip a little lower. I would love to sell those in the money. I wonder if I should start buying some shares of. Well, I have shares, I guess. I don't really need to worry about it. So I guess I'm delta hedged against my naked puts. I could sell more. The folks asking who Kendra is and why he says what he says need to go make some white and relax. JFresh said I'm dumb and untrustworthy. Thoughts? Uh, I mean, in regards to what? I don't know the context. Were you being dumb and untrustworthy? Ka was a pigeon whale and he got banned. Yeah, but he was also insane. If no Opex run on GME next week, do you think November 18th, 25 CCs would be a decent play? Or be less greedy and go with 2750? Thanks to November 18th, 25 CCs, or less greedy, go with 2750. I'd probably be a little less greedy. There's still a chance of the market to rise over the period. Also, don't forget November ETF FTDs. You said Rev Moon or zero. I only lost 75% of my investment in shares. I rolled some of that into fubo. Was it 200? Fubo 362. Well, Revlon, to be fair, I'll just address the first part of that. Revlon's not at the lose 100% part yet. That's if they don't restructure their debt. 3.62 now, 600. Fubo at 3.52. Oh, nice. Still not going anywhere. Good to see you, Carbon Base. I'm glad you were able to get out with some of your money. If no Opex run on GME next week, okay. Yeah, so remember Spider-Man the risk with November ETF FTDs. If we have no Opex, the November ETF FTD should be quite a bit larger. Than like September and October's were. More like August. Are there puts on Upstart that like there are on Jimmy that expire today? Yeah, shitloads of them. It's only worth like 650 now, so I may as well see what happens. Fair enough. Is Reg Show a thing on OTC? Yes. I believe it is. I think they have their own separate Reg Show list. Yeah, OTC has a threshold list. It's not published. I don't think it's published the same way. MMTLP is on it. What doing Japan? I told you they're buying their bonds. They're fucking trying to save their currency again. I mean, do you really care if you buy back your bonds if the US government's going to back you? Yeah, you're going to have to get the chart somewhere else. Webull doesn't have it updated yet. One time I made brown while trying to make white. Has that happened? No, that's never happened to me. Thanks for asking. He cited me not going to college. I feel like I don't know enough about this whole conversation. Do you expect JFresh not to insult you like he does everyone else? Did you think that somehow you were above that? I think everyone is dumb and untrustworthy. I'm gonna need more context of why I said that this time. You're the one who said it. You should know the context. Tradable Monday after OCC cleans things up. Okay, cool. Seems like a lot of stocks are tanking post earnings, Snap, Tesla, etc. What are the good places to short or buy puts on next week? E.g., Apple, Google, Meta, etc. Gracias. You really got to stop following trends like that. I wouldn't buy puts on shit for like the next 2 weeks. And playing earnings is fucking stupid. It's like basic bitch trading and a great way to lose money. It's the AM expiration as opposed to the end of day expiration. Bull bear pig. Why are people concerned with who I am? All they need to know is I would give the white off my wife's back to anyone that needed it. If asked nicely, I will fly over and white from above. Alright, that's a lot of white talk for today, just this early in the morning. But thank you, Kendro. OTC settlement T+2. Normally when I sell shares through Fidelity, the cash is available to trade right away. It takes 2 days to settle, not seeing anything yet. Yeah, it might be. My jar, just a warning to the white makers. About 16 months ago, I made white for the first time near a girl, and now I have a tiny version of me that has to be fed and pukes and poos on me. Don't make white near girls. uh, yeah. Here's the breakout. Maybe. Or just a rejection and more consolidation at 3680. Let's buy puts on Apple after options expiration. Great idea, dude. No. No. Really making me think I've had about enough stream for today. It's getting to be a bit much. This is how you keep the membership down. I know. Cat, next couple of weeks. Looks fine. I like it. I'm still in it. It's been very profitable so far. I mean, it'll eventually move up if the market does. If the indices rise, then I think we'll start to see it move up towards like the 185 level and like 190. That's why you buy lots of theta on CAT. So today's gonna be a day of mostly shorting, and Monday we should start to see some ups. It's not really mostly shorting, it's just a lot of chop, like volatile chop as the market maker hedges up and down with the price action. Next week we see all of that negative leverage de-hedge. Don't forget, we're still in SLD. It's not over yet. And trying to play anything on the, like, at least on the indexes today is very risky. Is Rev no longer a trading play, but a movement to take down the hedgies? No. Tanksimus, it's absolutely not a movement to take down any hedge funds. There's no activism there. It's simply delisted. Please, dear God, listen to me when I say that. No DRSing is necessary. There is no greater movement. It's simply delisted pending the results of their debt restructure, which could take more than a year. Yeah, don't buy cat weeklies like me. There was a reason I didn't write a write-up this week, NW, in the place that we don't talk about with the pores. Can you explain a bit more? What is SLD? FINRA Supplemental Liquidity Deposits for Margin. No, Rev's not down because of SLD. Rev's down because it got delisted, and then everyone panic sold in the OTC market. I didn't wink. There was no wink. There's no wink. There's no hidden meaning. There's no mystery. Is there a no sell on OTC? Is it wise to sell SPY SPX puts today that will expire in a week or two? Gracias. I mean, you could if you have nothing to do with your money. You seem, I'm not gonna lie, you seem very eager, GME Rev Tesla, to have all of your money out at any given time, but the things that you're asking about all seem to be terrible plays. I think maybe you should practice a bit. Because as someone who's watched hundreds of people hurtle towards financial ruin, you look like you're trying. And I'm not trying to offend you. I'm trying to save you from yourself. If Ron Perlman reprises his role as Clay and convinces FX to reboot Sons of Anarchy, do you think this would be good for Revlon? No. I don't know why everyone's freaking out about Revlon. Kylie Jenner is going to do what RC wouldn't. She will save us all. No, she won't. I was about to occupy Wall Street again since the last time it was so effective about bringing so effective in bringing about changes in the markets. I even bought a tent. Okay. I saw those people there. Do you think DBI saying elevated during Opex is a sign of a possible NOPEX? No. That means asymmetric risk is higher, not lower. Does Rev still need to give quarterly finance reports like they would if listed? I'm not sure which exchange they were moved to. I'll have to look. They'll have different reporting requirements. I think they're like on OTC BQ or whatever the fuck it's called. No, I don't. No, 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 no. I don't really mean anything besides the thing I'm saying. There's no winking. There's no hidden meaning. Treasuries don't go up big when someone sells a bunch of them, Space Monkey. Japan is buying back bonds, which is encouraging the treasury market and raising the price of the yen against the dollar. OTC is simply no sell if you don't have the correct broker or agreements in place. It's very easy to set up everything necessary to sell your Revlon on the OTC markets. At worst, a matter of days to solve any inconvenience with that. How do I convince my roommate that a short squeeze in Jamie isn't going to happen? He's also a big DRS guy. I don't know if you can, besides the information that's already out there. I mean, if he doesn't understand market liquidity and the provisions put in place to prevent short squeezes, then there might not be any hope. Did something happen to Revlon? I can't trade it, and it's not. It got delisted. Oh dear God, sir. It has a new ticker. It is now REV. Is it odd that the volume on Rev is so small today compared to the huge green candles we've seen in the past few months? No. I mean, Rev hasn't had a lot of volume lately, so why would it have volume right now? It's probably got more volume today than it's had in the last few. Just remember when you guys are offloading all your bags on the OTC market, someone's buying those. Guaranteed he listened to your advice while he was YOLOing into Jamie 510 weeklies. Rev was a gamble. Everyone except that you put makeup on for the first time and it didn't go well. We all tried it. It was interesting. We all learned a lesson about how hard girls work. Man, you really just keep coming up with these makeup analogies, Big Mac. I kind of love it. Is Rev working on a crypto exchange to list its stock? No. Kylie just tweeted, yes, I will. Oh, Jesus. Was it in response to your question, are you going to buy all of Revlon? I like the way that guy thinks. I'm going to put all my money in SPX Iron Condors. That way Theta is working for me, and I'm always making money. As long as the market doesn't move too hard, free money. But what if the market moves hard? What's Gamma Max for GME today? Oh shit, I didn't update that, did I? Those are old. Poverty speedrun. Let's fucking go. Sorry, woke up late and just joined the stream. Are you gonna hold your rev options? Is it even possible to sell them yet? It's not. So yes, I will. I like the way that guy thinks. I'm gonna put all my money. Oh, good news. I went to Walmart and all Revlon products are available over the counter. None of this has to do with ancient aliens. No. OTC PK? Could be. So Fubo doing a Bbby? There's a bit of a Bbby going on with Fubo right now. Shorts want to get out, right? And there's, significant put wall up in order to help them get out of their positioning. And when it closes, yeah, there's upside potential. It's almost like if you have a company that's over-shorted and you do a bunch of bullish things and make its future potential look really good and let all the investors in the market know about it, then shorts are like, oh, I'm going to leave. BOJ is the QE masters. Yeah. Just remember while we're all licking our wounds over Rev, there's someone out there who bought coin at 429.54. Fair. Matt Kors bought it. He bought 100 shares and he was like, that's a long-term holding for me. And I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. I think that was the last time I ever watched his stream. Don't look now, but Bbby doing a fun thing. What kind of fun thing? You liar. You mean going straight down? Maybe it'll have like a little Opex action. You know what we all did learn yesterday and this morning is that stock is not safer than options always. Sometimes being over leveraged in stock exposes you to the same or far greater downside risk than an option would. Hey Greg, I heard there was a secret hidden meaning behind your Rev theory. What's the lowest tier membership I need to read the secret DD on it? Pontiff of VWAP. Actually, the only real squeezes that happen anymore are kind of in OTC. Like actual short squeezes don't really happen outside of pink sheets. What's Rev delisted question count at? Like 2,000. What would be the best scenario now for Rev, please? Okay, hold on. Why do you just want the best scenario? How about I give you the worst scenario, and then I'll give you the best scenario. The worst scenario is it goes to 0. Let that sink in for a second. Best scenario right now, they've already applied for NASDAQ relisting. They're going to restructure their debt through the remainder of the bankruptcy hearings, and then shortly thereafter be relisted. Alternatively, that could take years. One, maybe more. We have a decent amount. If we have a decent GME Opex run, what dates are best for selling covered calls? 11/18 and buyback early? Or short term to capture more theta decay because of how theta accelerates near expiration. Shorter, slightly shorter is generally better. I don't like selling out into the next Opex. You can, but I prefer selling into like the next ETF FTD period because you do get that faster rate of theta decay, and so your realization of profit on the contracts is quicker. Also, your risk is removed faster as well. Really loving how there are multi-million volume candles off hours every single day that obfuscate volume and price movements. Yeah, that's fun. Kind of regretting about the dip on Sherwin and on Cat. Is it a slow mover like Cat also? Yes, very. I keep buying them so I can exercise my puts. Rev call's not tradable till next week. Probably not. Really regretting not spending $500 on a $1 put to hedge my entire Rev cost basis. Well, $1 puts wouldn't be in the money right now. So you might not have made a mistake with that. Like I said, it didn't go to zero. Bye-bye, BBBY. Maybe Carl will save you. I just don't understand at this point why they just wouldn't wait till Revlon goes bankrupt, then carve it out during the liquidation process. Was BBBY rug pull worse than Rev from your point of view? I mean, the percentage value drop was significant. At least Rev, you knew it was coming, right? Instead of just getting fucked in the ass by Ryan Cohen. With his offset and email filed S4 form. Biden talking gonna touch on crypto and BTC. It seems like the biggest problem with the viewers is that they equate low risk to no risk. Hmm. Yeah. That's common. You know, Revlon has a lot of brand equity. I now that it's on OTC, I will probably buy more in the future. I'm not gonna do it right now when the price action's all over the place, but um, I could see buying more of it in the future and lowering the cost basis on what I already have. I might have to hold it like a year or two, but I don't think the company's dead. Well, Perelman only has about 8 million shares to own 100% of the float, right? What's 16 million to him? Nothing. What are your thoughts on weed stocks? They all mostly suck, unless you're buying like Altria or British tobacco. What's up, man? Joining for lunch. With BBBY this low in price, I'm really tempted to buy in. Slap me, call me dumb. I mean, what's your bull case? There's no DD. It's all horseshit. Fubo has about 14,000 puts at $7 expiring today, which is kind of cool. There's someone who bought Rev at $20 and he owns 85%. Yeah. I prefer vague, cryptic tweets over forward guidance. Fubo's not going out of business. They have cash on hand and their debt's not that bad. Any idea what happened with USD Japan? Yeah, Japan initiated an emergency bond buying program because their yield curve went up to like 0.255, which is 0.5 over their upper limit. So Japan's now aggressively buying back bonds. Um, it's good for me. I'm long yen, so is there any way we can see the Rev chart? Yeah, sure, I'll pull it up. It looks like it's found some support at like 155. Um, it's climbing a little bit. Volume's okay. More volume today than it's had in a while. 1.732 million. What date did new Fubo puts come in for? I haven't really seen too many new ones coming in. So here, I'll try to explain this visually. Maybe you'll understand it better. Um all right. So Fubo announces a bunch of bullish shit. Shorts get, you know, in a little bit of a risky position, but more shorts pile in on the downside as the price rockets, right? Rev continues to announce bullish shit several times. And so, what puts do is shorts do is they erect a bunch of puts and attempt to cover their short position so they can get out. And then when they close those puts, price realization can occur. Any puts that stay in until the price realization period usually gets squeezed out. This is how accumulation works. And accumulation on Fubo is very, very attractive. Also, we learned to don't bet on bankrupt companies. Not really. If I see potential in one, I'd do it all over again. Of course, there's risk, but the risk to reward is worth the risk. What date did new fubo puts come in for? Oh, I already answered that. Can I request a refund from REV's stock market manager? No. The fields I have today on Rev are similar to the fields I had in Feb 2020 on GME. I held and I should have averaged down more. Might need to do that here as well. Okay. So you're saying we needed to be an OTC to actually short squeeze? RP probably knows this as well. Maybe he does? I mean, it doesn't mean you're going to get a short squeeze. No one likes them. RP might just be lending out his shares at 80%. He's perfectly happy just collecting that until the company turns around. The existing options chain would reattach, and then new options would be opened. Your contract still, grants you rights regardless of, the ticker changing. When you talk about Pontiff of VWAP as if it's a joke level membership, I can assure you, I have every intention of claiming the title before everybody else. That's fair. Well, best of luck to you. Don't full port into it. I assure you, I'm not that fun to hang out with. The man in the... This man is the Michael Jackson of the stock market. Y'all remember when his Gherk was trading through 103-degree fever? Oh, Michael Jordan of the stock market? I was gonna be like, I didn't make white over any IPOs. Too soon? I'll stop. Will there be pressure during November ETF FTDs? Probably, but we need the next FTD report to be sure. Jimmy and near the money puts already seem to be getting positioned for next week. Going to hamper Opex? Near the money I wouldn't worry about too much. Are you sure they're not sold? I'm going to leave my money in Revlon forever, mostly shares, and someday it might be worth something. It could be. There's been other stocks that have been on OTC that have turned around and been successful. Recently, Hertz, historically, AMD was once, Apple was once, Walmart. I mean, just because something's been delisted doesn't mean it's dead. It's just a very, very different play. Everything about it changes. Pragmatic Guy said Fidelity's opening the trading of RQ'd on Monday. Okay. How big of a part of Pickle Jar do you think Panic sold their shares today? A decent amount. Clip me? Okay, Teaspoon. Sherwin's still bullish, even though real estate, building, etc. should slow down with the economic downturn. I mean, you still have to paint shit that isn't new. Wouldn't that be pretty big headwinds, or do they have more business models I don't know about? They have a lot of business models. They're pretty expansive in the range of products they sell. Also, they can basically charge whatever the fuck they want for them. My biggest loss, and I feel nothing. Am I dead on the inside? I think you might be ready. This one wasn't nearly as bad as BBBY or Freg's Day. I mean, mostly because I warned everybody for months what the alternative was. Thanks for the tough love, bro. You mentioned my trading ideas aren't good. It's not that they're not good. It's just it doesn't seem like you have a very good feel for like directionality, and you're trying to target like some really big beginner mistakes, like targeting earnings and stuff like that. But yeah, I would recommend paper trading to hone those instincts, and you need to learn to do some analysis. But it's okay. I mean, hang out. There's like for someone like you, I would highly recommend looking into things that are a little more risk averse, you know, like income strategies, stuff like that. Like if you understand them, cover call CSPs, um nothing crazy risky, just, you know, making money while you're learning is fine if you can manage the positions you're making money on. It's more that I see you, you know, really chomping at the bit to get positions out there, and those positions that you're talking about do not sound good. So I'm just trying to like get you to step back and take a better look at what you're thinking about doing. Obviously I can't stop you. You're gonna take whatever. I can't buy shit for you or sell it, so you're gonna take whatever risk you're gonna take, but the risk that you're trying to take is very high, like enough that I'm saying something about it. So put in a good to close sell order for Rev and forget about it. They have their bankruptcy hearings, their big omnibus hearings on the 28th and the 30th. We'll have more news then. You could wait till then. You could sell now at a significant loss. It's up to you. OTC stocks are very volatile, so I can't say like Rev won't jump to $10 or down to 50 cents. And both of those are possible and they could happen very, very rapidly. But um, yeah, I mean, if you're gonna stay in it, it might be beneficial to kind of put it out of your mind for a bit because it could take a while. In harmony with the shorts, MSM writes articles with scare tactic headlines about Fubo getting out of the betting side. Then buried in the articles is that it's good for the company or stock. Yeah. Well, because if they can get investors to sell off, right, it's easier for them to close their shorts while they have their nice fat put wall in place. Can you review RP for the hot tub stream? I guess I could reach out. My first market lesson was ONTX. I bought for 35 cents, watch it rise to over $1.45 on hype for phase 3 clinical trial data release. Didn't sell, trial flopped, sold for 27 cents. That's just bio stocks. Pontiff comes with an eggplant dinner for two, right? Sure, I could do that. Pontiff also comes with an NDA. I think JBLU found its bottom at 622 or more downside still. Let me take a look. What was that? JBLU? God, I really want to buy some Tyson Foods. Sorry, I just looked at it. It looks. Oh, it's finding a bottom, I think. There's definitely a little bit more room there to its historical support at 6. So I'd be cautious of that. But it may be close to finding a bottom. It's already below pandemic lows, which it's not a great sign. But Spirit did vote in favor of the merger, so that'll be good for their revenues into the future. More terminals, right? Is it best to let CCs expire rather than buying them back, so you don't have to pay commissions on the buyback? Yeah, ideally. I mean, if they're going to, the commissions are minimal usually. It depends on your brokerage, but I don't think I pay very much for commissions. But I trade options a lot, which reduces that cost. Maybe it would make me feel better if Kenneth sent me a video of himself swimming in 1K worth of my Rev pennies, like Cartman in South Park. Freg's Day is when I stopped feeling anything. St. Lenixu has declared a 1-day run on November 1st. I think that might be slightly off. I'll have to check the ETF FTD period for then, but that might be a little early. I'll let you guys know. I have June 23 5Cs. I'm hanging on to for a bit. Not panic selling yet, but also accepted this as a total loss too. June 23 5Cs? Okay, well, I mean, yeah, as long as you're aware that it could be a total loss. Honestly, when I saw her announce it yesterday, it was a moment of panic before I realized I only used money I could light on fire. That calmed me down again. I lost 2K after all the gains I put back in. Shrugged. 2K cap lost on an insanely risky play. I had it coming. I mean, my initial investment into Revlon was only like $10,000. Right, and I just kept making money on 35s. I could have walked away with a lot of profits. Instead, I'm probably going to walk away with nothing, but we'll see. Worst case, I lost 10,000. I've lost more on Opex. Will you keep covering Rev in the future? I'll pay attention to its important updates and stuff, yeah. I'll leave the channel live. Like, I'm not gonna take it down. I know there's people that I know there's several people that have actually been buying for the turnaround. Like, they've been buying shares in like the $4 range and will probably average down in the $1 range, and are actually buying for the turnaround in the company and weren't buying options to play a potential continued listing. No, it doesn't come with the eggplant recipe. It's simply me preparing the eggplant and us eating it together. Upstart bull put spreads $20 on that dip, bought for max ROI of 40% on collateral. Can't complain with that return. That's not bad for today. EOD today, like today's expiration. What happens if more than 31 people become pontiff on a monthly basis? That's not happening. Is Tyson's stock ticker making you hungry? I'm a little hungry. I didn't eat again last night, so I should probably eat something today. Are we seeing capitulation? A little bit. We're just rising into that same dead zone, though. Very interested in selling 350 CSPs on Fubo. Good or bad idea? Not a terrible idea if you want to buy Fubo at 350. Do you think this is the bottom of for Fubo for the next few weeks? It could be, yeah. Sell volume diminishing, and so far daily looks like a reversal candle. Yeah, it's I mean, Fubo looks good. I'm surprised it dipped as low as 350. Frankly, I thought, 380 would kind of be the upper, well, at least the stronger resistance at that level because of all the $4 interest. Um, can we all just take a moment to observe the SPX? Yeah, it's climbing up. Nobody is more aware of the SPX climbing than me, Dugston. I am massively over leveraged on the call side of the SPX right now. I'm already positioned for GME Opex. I got a few hundred calls. Yeah, but Gurk talks like 10K isn't nothing. For some of us, that's crazy money. Yeah, but you're not thinking about that the right way. 10K was what I was willing to put into Revlon, right? Out of the money I have. If my port was 10K, I wouldn't have put more than 1,000 in it. This isn't $100,000 account. I put $10,000 into Revlon. That was my max risk. Now I made money off of that, right? I like 9x'd roughly that 10K. So, and kept repositioning into Revlon. So I kept compounding my gains back into the underlying. But my total risk on the position, or you know, from my initial portfolio percentage was 10%. And that's a lot for something that risky. Trading's been resumed for a few hours, Lord of Nork. For shares, not for options. Options probably not till Monday. Portfolio allocation is really important. That's why you didn't get out of Revlon, and why did you take the losses? I mean, the losses that I've taken on Revlon, I have no choice but to take. They halted the stock and announced it. There was a very good chance that they would not be delisted. And if that happened, the stock would have very likely run pretty hard. Um, so that's what I was betting on. It did get delisted, so I took a loss. You guys just lost money. I'm the one who has to sit down and restart a paper trading account. Okay, now that Rev is done, can we focus on some plays that can make us money back? Upstart, anyone? I'm already in it. How do you stay positive after getting hit hard? Revlon delisting. I'm too antsy after losing too much money. Is it better to not trade with when your mind's a bit messed up? Absolutely. Absolutely better to step, like, if you're feeling a ton of regret and, you know, bad, depression, whatever today, don't just jump right back into the fucking market like an idiot. Take a minute, breathe, you know, collect yourself. I don't care. I very, very low attachment to money. Like, I mean, you guys have mostly been here long enough. You saw me like from November to March, and I was down pretty big at that point. And like, you know, that's about as bad as I get. I was down what, 300 something K, maybe 400K on the roll. Rev was a good decision with a bad outcome. Yeah. Do you think the option chain opening will lead to some initial shorting or initial pump then short? It depends on what volatility looks like when the chain's opened for trading. Everything rounded bottom here. Yeah, everything's rounding out. SPX did descending wedge breakout with a bounce in the midline, exceeded original top. Now we need an ascending wedge. Looks like you're getting it. When are you getting out of your SPX calls? Are they 0 DTE? No, they're not 0 DTE. I have quite a bit of time in them. I had a straddle going into today. That's closed. I think that was my shortest dated position. Everything else I have is for November 18th to the upside. People struggling with portfolio allocation should really try pulling gains out of the account and spending it in the real world. When you realize a 20K loss is a car, it makes risk management easier. Yeah. The equivalent of playing poker while on tilt. Yes, it is. So, not revenge trade. You will not make it all back in a day. No, but I'll make it back. I think one of the biggest mistakes that I see here, which is not something that I ever realized before, is people don't want to start low and slow. They want instant gratification. So, you know, you could have gone with something like Fubo if you were going to full port into something, you know, like a long-term value play. You could have realized, you know, 10 to 30% over the last couple months. Simply, you know, buying in, riding the waves, selling theta. But people want this. They want 100% their port. And so they full port into something like Revlon. And that should be the biggest red flag ever. That's like a girl who's You know, dad left when she was 3 and then reunited with her at 18 and told her he didn't love her. Just like getting slapped in the fucking face with a red flag. Which I tried to slap everyone in the face with. I was like, you know, you can lose everything on this. And you haven't, right? But you still could lose everything. I don't say that lightly. I mean it. Revlon was delisted. Taking a break after a bad trade is the hardest lesson to learn. Thanks for stressing this. Trying to. I assume 100% risk with all my plays, which is why I'm fine losing everything. Tell them about how bad it was during the first GME dip after Jan 27th. I was actually in a pretty good mood after Jan 27th because I rolled on the 26th. People don't understand how huge GME was and with the low float it has. I know multitude of people even overseas holding it, DRS, lawyers, neighbors, most have sold. They diverted it well. Yeah, I mean it was huge for my portfolio too. It was definitely put me on a much faster path to being wealthy. Upstart equals possible Opex plus Pimento outer limits equals possible double VUPs next week. Worst case, just Pimento VUPs. Yeah, worst case, Pimento VUPs. How do ascending wedges tend to break up or down? Ascending wedges, they tend to break down. You have to be present to win. It's easier to be present if you have some fundamental value in the port that can be used to sell options to fund riskier plays. It's almost like strategic options. I mean, for every play like Revlon, you know, that comes up in the market, out of 10 of them, you can expect to probably win one. If you win more than one, you're really killing it, right? So in a 10% portfolio allocation on something that's going to 10 or 20x, you know, you can expect to at least break even after 10 or, you know, maybe double your port after 10. But you never put 100% in on a 10 to 1 chance, right? Even on a 50-50 chance, which Rev really was. Um it's still like you don't risk everything. Can you make SPX go back up? A retest of 3720 would be great. I mean, it looks like it's on track. It's going to take time. If you're trying to play that with 0 DTEs, You must do as Theta commands. Do not quench your thirst in Lady Vuop's ample bosom. Do not be tempted by the Pimento's ups and downs. Live honorably in Theta, the destroyer of all things. Thank you, disciple of Theta. I was sitting on a fat pile of losses even into March. Like when the March run started, I think I was down a little over 400 grand. And I was losing like 12 or $13,000 a day in theta. Quiet, Cornub. Hey dude, can you give your honest perspective on the chance that Rev still squeezes when it hits OTC? Slim. It feels like this has gone from risky play to kind of a 1 in 100 shot. I don't know if it's a 1 in 100 shot. I mean, the company is not defunct. They still have a revenue stream. They still have, you know, factories and manufacturing. They have a loan. It may take them some time to turn around, but I would say the play is different, and I wouldn't bet on a short squeeze in the OTC. No, popcorn trader. Okay, hear me out. If your port is the size of the future returns on some plasma I sell and some old jailbroken iPhone 10s, how's my risk management strategy? Terrible. I was up 20% on Nerve, but was duped into holding by analysts and also didn't do research on the company. I mean, the run that happened on Nerve recently, the last run, was just like ETF or like ETF FTDs, right? But without options there to stabilize price action, those plays are a lot riskier, even if you're just playing shares. Speaking about longer term plays, Fubo's looking like a good entry, I think. It's a very reasonable price right now. I agree. It seems like you can just continue to roll deep in the money CSPs forever, no? Sure. What are you thinking remainder of the day for SPX? I'd be kind of surprised if we break 3750. I think we'll just get stuck here again. What's Pimento Vops? It's just a way of demonstrating the effect of price and time on short capitulation. Okay, hear me out. Are you familiar with the two-step pattern? Is it reliable? I mean, no technical patterns are reliable. Not with any significant degree of accuracy. MACD on swing plays is fairly reliable. If you can nail the bottom, it's got a decent win rate, but outside of that, everything else is like less than 70%. I'll also bet on Rev and basically negated my gains from Bbby. I'll make it up by selling GME CCs to fund the next T-Gen play. All right. Risk everything on Rev. Luckily, everything is not nothing because I have nothing. Oh, okay.
Not knowing the chance does not mean 50-50. That's a fallacy. It was a binary outcome. And they met all the listing requirements besides the ones that were, you know, up for how do I want to describe that? At the judgment of the committee. But they met all the listing requirements per NYSE. It's just that the committee ultimately has power to remove regardless. Fubo or Upstart look better at these prices? I mean, do your research. They're very different companies in very different sectors. I I also made a lot of money on Rev, which I lost all of. At what price up or down will you get out of your GME Opex position? I don't know if I really have like a downside price target. I feel like I kind of already bought like the local bottom. Upside, I mean, probably Gamma Max or nearing Gamma Max. I'll start to take profits. And I'll set stops and manage it as the price action occurs. But if we get a volumetric covering period, you can probably expect us to at least test Gamma Max. Realistic range of the pimento effects 3850 or maybe the 50-day 3880. I could see 3880 happening. It's a little bit of a stretch. I'd rather target 3850 just because there's gonna be way more OI there. Um, Obviously, like if longs leverage and reposition to the upside, it'll keep climbing. But the initial burst, I mean, you've got $33 billion per 1% move, so 100 basis points. You're talking a deleveraging on an upside move like that of like almost $200 billion. So the slingshot effect there combined with call buying could see higher prices potentially. I think my expectations are very conservative, at least right now, of like targeting 37 and 38. Obviously, the 37s are already in the money. Essentially, how does one determine if one is cut out to be a day trader, swing trader, or investor? I mean, practice them, see what you can handle. I think your mentality will tell you a lot. Like, if you just can't manage positions and you get too stressed or like, sometimes that's something that's fixed with experience and, doing things that are a little less, like volatile or active, like selling cover calls and stuff can really get you a lot of that experience. Um, but some of it's just your own personality. Some people aren't cut out for the stress of dealing with it. I guess it's hard to determine if you have the right mindset for it because you have to kind of judge yourself. But fib levels between 6% and 15% success turds. Who cares? If MMs try to seller box Rev at 0.01, wouldn't it be easy to just GRS the float and make it fly? I guess. I don't think anyone's gonna fucking try to seller box Revlon. That would be infinitely stupid. If they go defunct and they're unable to renegotiate their debt, then they will. But you know, Perlman will have already sold out by then. Does Jimmy generally move up on the days that Opex covering occurs? Yeah. What are your thoughts on COT's price action today? Good to sell out of November 21 positions or wait till next week? I think COT looks fine. I think indexes are due to move up next week. It looks pretty good. Dixie's falling. That's really bullish. QDRS OTC stocks? I think so. As long as they have a transfer agent. Gamma Max moves up because people buy further out of the money calls, which pulls Gamma Maximum up. So Gamma Max is kind of, it rises on FOMO. Actually, long, you know, near the money positioning lowers Gamma Max. Because people are buying options that are closer to the money. And then, you know, when a stock starts moving, people start buying options further and further out of the money, and that pushes Gamma Max up. Hear me out, guys. We buy the float at a penny. I guess you could try that, as long as they don't go out of business. Haven't been able to catch much of the stream this week. What date is Opex? Today? Today's Opex. The settlement for Opex expiration will be next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Rev survives Chapter 11, resolves debts, begins to recover. Idiots DRS it, and it goes from bust from the fees. Poetry in motion. I don't know who their transfer agent is. Yeah, Rev's been trading all day, man. Shares, but not the options aren't open yet. Yeah, no problem, Destro. So, what happens with my Rev $4 CSP that expires today? You'll buy shares of Revlon for $4. I'm all about buying those hundreds for dirt cheap and then watching them 20x. It's kind of fun. If Upstart ran to June high, I'd be so happy. Yeah, that was kind of Upstart's like first indication of having an Opex run. Was June Opex. I'd be pretty fucking happy too if that happened though. Pickle jar DRSing Rev would be poetic. I'm not doing it. AST is their transfer agent. Sold some of my $20 November calls to get cost basis back. Free calls to see if it runs next week. Okay, cool. My wife found your exit strategy DD in my closet. I want to say that I use your strategy to exit SPY day trades, and I've been doing pretty well. I use the 5 second. I mean, whatever works, man. Hey, Girk, iTine's returned. Jimmy can run now. Nice. What are you going to do with your Rev options? Sell them? I might hold them till like the omnibus hearings in case things get bullish. Like if they're just like 5 cents, I'll just hold them till the hearings. Do you think Citadel using all DRS to short GME? That's why I read it spamming DRS. No. I think Citadel just benefits from people DRSing shares because it means the capital allocation to drive up and down volatility on GameStop becomes cheaper and cheaper, and the profits become greater and greater. If Hellboy recalls shares, does that save our 35Cs? Does a good 1028 hearing save them? I mean, it could. I'll probably just hold them until then anyway, because why not? It's only like a couple weeks. Hear me out. When we can close our Rev options Monday, take all of that and roll it into GME weeklies for Opex, because it's already money we planned on losing. If that's what makes you happy. No, Citadel's not long computer share. Every time I look at my port, I feel like I'm getting dunked on, rev wrecked. Yeah. I thought that was kind of funny too. What is the most conservative stock to open a position by selling puts on? Upstart or Fubo? Post Rev. I'm trying to start simple and master basic CSPs with lower risk. Gracias. I mean, Fubo's a lot lower risk because it's so much cheaper. I think they're both pretty undervalued currently. Percentage wise, Fubo may be a little bit more undervalued than Upstart. So Fubo's probably the lower risk of the two. I'm convinced bots like all the purple circle posts just to spam the page and drown out anything useful. Maybe. Looking at CTV next week. Wondering your thoughts on the stock chart FTDs is why. MMFTDs or ETF FTDs, Bob? CTV. Because MMFTDs don't really affect stock price unless it's on Reg Show. Is it on Reg Show? That makes I should probably ask that. MMFTDs and Reg Show inclusion or not? Snap and Rumble look interesting. I mean, I'm already in Snap, but I'll probably get assigned today. Isn't it bullish they didn't get XRT off Reg Show yesterday, right? More bullish if they don't get it off Reg Show today. Do you see much capitulation happening today before market close? Not a ton. We can see some. We might hit that 3750 range. Not Reg Show. Sitting on 32x average FTDs due the 27th. I don't like that it's not on Reg Show, and frankly, the float's not huge. I assume you found this because like the IV is high.
I don't think it looks terrible to keep moving up a little bit, but like maybe like 370. I don't see anything getting blown out here. The high rate of failures is interesting, but without it being on reg show, I mean, those are easily like cleared and funneled off, right? And it's got enough average daily volume to like CNS a lot of that. CTV's D-SPAC? Okay. Yeah, I'd wait and see if it reg shows. I mean, if it's failing at that heavy a rate, I'm surprised it hasn't already from the reporting period. Or is it just like a large spike in FTDs? If you have just like a large spike in FTDs, it's basically worthless. Because those are cleared out over like the following days or some, you know, even if they're marked long. And the biggest problem, and I thought we talked about this before with FTDs, Bob, is that most of them are long, right? Like 80% of them are generally long FTDs, or at least according to the SEC, they are. That's why the ETF FTDs are so compelling, even though we can't define exactly which security that they exist on, because ETFs have such a large basket of potential stocks, you don't know which one's failing, right? Unless you can identify which one's failing, like with XRT and GME or XRT and DDS. But those are 100% net short, right? Because you can't fail on an ETF unless you're naked shorting. And even then you shouldn't fail anyway. You're just choosing not to cover. What, if anything, do you see that would lower the chances of GME Opex happening? Or simply just not enough obligations next week to trigger a sufficient run. You know, if they can run it a little bit, force some selling, and get some liquidity, roll forward their positioning, then, you know, they can push things out to November. They would need to run it a little bit though, because they need people to sell. So even without a true Opex, I think we would still see a rise in price regardless. And I think that's something that we saw happen in like June and July. Like they ran it a little bit to get just enough liquidity to keep going without a real Opex run, right? Yeah, it's been really flat. So and lots of shorting, lots of synthetic shorting on GME, and so that's a good signal. Your Weebull's frozen? Oh, probably because I'm looking at Trading View. Sorry. Yeah, because so another thing, Bob, when you see those like big spikes of FTDs, like way out of line with the surrounding price action on anything, remember that they have T. So this is the T+2, right? But they still have +2 to get rid of that. So if those fails continue to persist beyond this, like if they continue to persist into day 3 and 4, that's really compelling. That means that there's, I haven't really seen that happen on anything for a while, but if that does happen, then you're looking, you're really looking at reg show inclusion, right? Because you only need 5 days of that, but you're looking at something that's about to be popped onto reg show, because it means they're unable to clear, right? And that's what you're trying to, I think that might be something that would be more beneficial to identify. So, you've got your fails on this day, and those are from T+2 earlier.
So they're from here. This is the T date. If you continue to see a persistence in those fails, right? That's a big signal. For sure, man. No, Opex settlement, Opex today, and Opex settlements next week. Linux is saying the options expiry is not next week, but the week after. Yeah, I don't see that. Today's the monthly options expiration. The quarterly options expiration isn't until December, and the last one was September 30th. Average down SPX November 18, 3,800? Or would buying December's be the smart play? I mean, I averaged down 3,800s earlier today. I bought some yesterday. I don't see anything wrong with the November 18, 3,800s. Right now, at least. They seem fine. Which one is more bullish? Compelling, spicy, or juicy? Spicy. Spicy's the most bullish. Or hot as fuck, which I very rarely use. Are we still expecting SPX to stop somewhere in this range, or is it more bullish to keep trending up? I mean, we have no idea if puts are going to capitulate at 37.50. It's very unlikely they will. They're in the money. I mean, sure, we could open down Monday morning. All kinds of shit can happen over the weekend, geopolitically and macroeconomically. Somehow up on Oxy and Cat enough that my AK Rev loss didn't stop the port being green. God, I wish I had more cash if Monday dipped too. We'll see. We may not get a Monday dip. This is starting to look like the end of SLD today, but sorry if you covered this already. What are your thoughts on Upstart Opex? I think it looks very, very primed. It's on Reg Show. It looks like it's about to squirt hard. It may not. You know, they may have another month until their obligations are really due. And if that's the case, then, you know, November. But hopefully it remains on Reg Show during that period. If it does, then November is going to be fucking crazy. The longer they drag it out, the stronger the potential for the run. Why is Netflix not busting past Gamma Max, which you said was 282? Because it doesn't necessarily bust past Gamma Max. It can be hard to cross Gamma Max. You need more out of the money call buying for Gamma Max to rise. And historically, Netflix isn't a stock that breaks Gamma Max very often. It's super liquid, and not its price action is not entirely dictated by its options chain. I'm just telling you where the upper limit of Gamma is. That doesn't mean it's going to break it. It's not doing like an Opex run. It's probably a bit over short, but I don't know if Netflix is going to short squeeze, although there's some speculation that it could. Please define capitulate. Sell because risk is too high. Or close positions because the risk is too high. Puts equal capitulated? No. I mean, some 36. So every day a little more and more, right? A little more and more things get bullish. But most of those puts expire today. You know, the 3600 and 3650 levels have slowly sold off for like the last 3 days till the point where they're fairly weak now. You know, the 3700 level started selling off a little bit yesterday. You know, and today we're going to see the 3750, the 38 and the 39s sell off, and that's a much bigger deal. Because many of those are just being held regardless of the price action, mostly because they're hedging positions, but they're also in the money. They're cash settled. They don't care about the theta. They're just going to simply take the difference in price between spot and their strike. Thoughts on November 4, 30, 80, 30, 90 calls. The intention of selling on a green day still... waiting off the money? Out of the money? November 4, 30, 80? I don't really like that. That's way too bullish. I mean, I have November 18, 3800s. That's asking for like a short squeeze on the SPY, which, I mean, yeah, the momentum next week could trigger that, but I wouldn't bet on it. At least I wouldn't take risky bets on it. They seem to have a problem getting GME below 24. Well, they failed to get GME below 24. The longer the tug, the harder the bust. Yeah. Nobody acknowledged. Cat just powered through 185 up to 187. 187 is also a resistance, so watch it closely. If Japan or tech earnings or whatever causes a crash, it's probably not going to. Upstart will shart, not squart, correct? Pretty much everything we watch will shart, right? If there's a crash, yeah, everything will shart. But we're not getting a crash anytime soon, I don't think. There's some catalysts, but most of them look kind of weak right now. Or at least the ones I'm paying attention to don't look super likely, at least in the near term. Do you have a PT on for Cat in the next month? I mean, I'm just taking profits as it goes up. I don't know where it'll top out. The more it consolidates before it climbs, the better, like the more strength that climb can have. So because you're really just picking up tons of longs. No, not MOASS. If Upstart is a Opex, do you see earnings being a catalyst for VUPs? Oh, they could be. Earnings on Upstart could be good. I don't think they're they should be somewhat in line with the bank's improved earnings. So I would say a little better than probably the estimates. And if they beat estimates, it's really good, right? Especially if estimates are for negative and they're positive. So they should be making They should be making more money off like net interest income because rates are going up and they're exposed to the increased revenues due to rising rates. Inflation's good for banks. I mean, well, at least increased Fed rates good for the banks. IV and GME not even ticking up on 1028 weeklies. They're not very like sensitive to volatility because they're very short dated. Do you have any thoughts on potential F-Man run on GME in November? Yeah. I'd prefer it, but I don't know. We look kind of primed right now, so I think if they need to, they're going to blow off some steam. Have you DRS any shares? Fuck no. Why would I do that? What a waste. So guys, I lost some money on Bbby. Now on REV too, it seems. So what degenerate surefire loss is up next? Roulette? Ah, rough. How do you lose money on Bbby? At least initially. I can understand mismanaging the position through the run, but it was $5 and then it was 30. I don't know, man. Maybe stop YOLOing your money into high risk shit. They won't let Jimmy get above the hourly trigger at 2507. I mean, they're just trying to keep Jimmy at gamma neutral. They don't want the hedge to flip. They definitely don't want it going over 26. I think that was what he was implying, OG rules. Is there an easy way to see what SPX 3800 November call cost 2 to 3 weeks ago? No, not really. You can look at the chart on Fidelity. TDA might have charts for options too. Actually, you know what? This does. Here, we can look at it. I have them on here. All right, and then we go there. So similar to where they're priced now. Mine are just a little bit up today. Like $10 a contract. But my cost basis is offset because I used puts to pay for all of them. TOS lets you look. Yeah, I thought TOS had that. Buy Theta, get a job. Thoughts on selling 590 CCs on Upstart? Maybe at the tail end of Opex. I wouldn't sell covered calls at 590 because awful, but maybe naked calls. And I wouldn't sell them at all if it doesn't get off reg show. Like if it rips and doesn't get off reg show, I wouldn't sell calls on it. Not even a little bit. Who the fuck is Casper? Oh, I see. Never mind. I see. Do you think it would be unreasonable to suppose that SPX will rally 160 or 180 BPS by next Tuesday at close? I don't think that's an unreasonable target range. Play fubo gamma flip, maybe like Bbby without the debt. Yeah. I mean, the shorts are trying to get out of fubo, I think, so it's a good sign. Going long as fuck next week, could you rank IWM, QQQ, and SPX in order which you think rallies the best? Probably IWM, SPX, and then QQQ last. QQQ has been taking the hardest hits lately. Actually, don't forget Dow. I would actually go like Dow, IWM about even. Like Dow and R2K, and then like SPY or S&P, and then like NASDAQ last. So these like tied for first. The only thing I like about SPX over IWM is the oil. Like it's got a little more oil exposure. Although it has more tech exposure too, so it could be a hit or a miss there. What previous Opex did you compare this upcoming Opex to? May. More like May. Very much like May, right? 2 months downside into a small run. Why am I playing full bull? Nothing's broken anything significant. We're just like at the bottom. I'm not playing bullish songs when we've just recovered from the bottom. I think it's when we break the top. That's what the bullish songs are for. So anyone in a short position is terrified of next week, watching all these puts on everything sell off. So panic mode for them. No, they're just selling off all their puts. They're selling off all their puts and then they're going to go long and short the VIX. No, Rev option contracts still hold their value. No new contracts are created. They're just not opened probably till Monday. Any chance that Beyond approaches a similar situation to Upstart? I don't think so. I think it's too liquid. I went over this with you yesterday. I looked at their like fail to volume ratio. It looks terrible. Like there's just way too many shares. You got to remember that when something's too liquid like that, its potential to squeeze is really minimized. I'm not saying I can't see some price action, but it's probably not gonna see a lot. Upstart looking bullish as fuck today with the shorting and now a pretty big rebound, almost 5% from the bottom. Yeah, doing good. I bought a few more Novembers on the dip. I don't think I want to buy any more, but I bought a few more. SPX 3760, then full bull. I'd play it if we broke 3750. This is just like where we were the other day, and we just broke down into the end of the day. Like I'm not super impressed with this price action. We're up a lot from the low today, but we're also just really volatile. Cat Zero DTEs are the best choice ever. I love how much your opinion on them's changed in the last hour. Looking at 1 month chart, it looks like Fubo is weaker than Upstart. Is that due to Upstart being on Reg Show? If they get Upstart off Reg Show, can they short tank Upstart? Trying to figure out Upstart risk. Yeah, it's partially due to Upstart being on Reg Show. It's much harder to short it, right? If they do get Upstart off Reg Show, I would pull positions until it goes back on Reg Show. If it goes back on Reg Show. Are you gonna ever bring back the bolometer? No. I only come here every couple months now. Was wondering if the GME short squeeze is still on the table. And when is Opex or GME looking to get into some contracts? October Opex is looking okay. Not for a big Opex run, but maybe a small run. November would obviously be more ideal. And no, I don't think a GME short squeeze is on the table. Are we going to be able to follow the plot this Opex if we didn't see last month's? I don't know what that means. Can you rephrase that question? Is Apple an Opex play? Can be, yeah. I mean, it's got huge amounts of ETF exposure. The most, actually. So it can see improvement, but it's not really an Opex play. It's more of a market bounce play. But it does, I mean, it does get Opex exposure, obviously. Thank you so much for telling us about SPXL, SPXS calls for cheaper strangles. I got into XPXL this morning, already up 40%. Didn't even know about it, so you mentioned it yesterday. No problem, man. Rev holding 180, pretty good. Yeah, it seems to be. Why is VIX moving with the SPY? Because it's not cooled off yet. The SPY is still choppy and volatile. What's VIX at? VIX has to be down a little bit today. Yeah, VIX just went sub 30. That's a super big signal. No, Upstart's not very liquid at all. Upstart has really high insider ownership. Like, I think 60% of their shares outstanding or something. They have pretty big institutional ownership as well. But Upstart has about the same number of shares that GME had before it split. I think like almost exactly the same amount, like 66 million or whatever. Hey guys, I found this ape thing. Enjoy losing all your money. DIA for the Dow. Yeah, you can play DIA to get Dow exposure. It's like SPX for the Dow or SPY for the Dow. Do you think December contracts on Upstart is enough theta to see some VUPs? As long as you're willing to average them down. I mean, I bought Jan's because volatility is better than the December's, but I have December calls also. I don't have them in this account, I don't think. Jan, November, Jan. Yeah, so I think my December calls are in my other account. Hold on. So I have 40s and 50s for Jan. Where can I find Upstart Gamma Max? So Gamma Max on Upstart's really fucked up right now. Basically Gamma on Upstart is flat after $30. So potentially there is no upper limit. Like if it starts running past 30, it can just keep going. I think part of the effect there is because of how fucking long the options chain goes. Like, you know, it has strikes all the way up to 590. But what's like roughly gamma max is around like 30-ish dollars. Our output for today is at 53.83, which seems to be a little bit more in line at least. Do you think we could get both Opex on both October and November? Not likely, but we may get something like May, June, right? Where they cover like a chunk of obligations and then we kind of trade up. So like because if they blow off a lot of obligations right now, they're just not gonna have that much to cover in November. What's up, Trash? What do you think looks better for Cat? December 16s, 195 or 200? I mean, obviously, closer to the money looks better. Cat's not like a big, like, extrinsic value stock, right? It has really low volatility. So you kind of just want intrinsic value. So the closer you are to the money on Cat, generally the better, as long as you're timing your entry well. But we're really starting to get into a range on Cat when you're buying those where you're getting kind of risky. Do you think that if Upstart rises in price, insiders will just sell shares and exercise their options? They've done so in the past. I don't think so. Upstart also has a share buyback on the table. But who cares? I mean, if Upstart squeezes, we all make a bunch of money, right? Are these Jimmy calls equivalent to our old Rev Jan 35C play? No, it's totally different. When you're saying 40, 50s for Jan, is that volatility contracts or like you think potentially in the money contracts? I think 40s could get in the money. I don't know about 50. Anything beyond like a $20, like 100% price improvement, and it gets real speculative. I mean, obviously, like if we move up to 40, a 50 is gonna, 8 or 9x. But I'm not betting on 50. I should make that really clear. I have 30s and 35s. Those I expect can go in the money. I don't think much beyond that. They could, but that would be crazy. Why has your thesis changed on a short squeeze? There's no shorts. Have they just covered enough over time? Partially. I just don't think we ever really have had that many. And then I think the share offering and subsequent ETF liquidation that occurred in July and June of last year were more than sufficient to let them clear out the rest of their short obligations on GameStop after, the monumentally voluminous price action between January and March. And I think the only thing we see on GameStop is the effect of long side buyers against volatility shorts. And I think that's fairly provable, at least more than a reasonable doubt. Like, I have far more data backing up my thesis than the MOASS thesis has. So, I mean, logically, it's probably more correct. A gamma squeeze can happen, but you just need people buying, right? Gamma squeeze isn't a short squeeze. And for GameStop to gamma squeeze, you just need everyone to YOLO into options, hold, and then exercise. But people aren't going to do that, right? They just like buy, hold, and DRS, which doesn't drive price action. What's your cost basis for fubo? Like 360 something, 362. No, Matthew's not new. He's been around forever. He just doesn't come in very much. SPY options typically worth more via intrinsic or extrinsic value. Gracias. Intrinsic. Yeah, that doesn't pick up a ton of volatility. Also, volatility will be dropping if we're running up, right? Because VIX will be dropping. Don't forget that. Are you just holding your REV position since they're so far down? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Are you belling on the chance it goes to zero? I mean, they're not defunct, so it's not going to go to zero. And the majority shareholder has like 80 something percent of the shares. So you think someone's going to borrow from him to try to zero out the company? No. That's like how you get short squeezed. I can see people shorting. I mean, like somebody who shorted at 390 is gonna probably cover their shorts, and they're very happy. But or shorted at 5. But I don't see persistent shorting on Revlon into the at least near future. Tell that to Superstock. Oh wait, you did. I know. Why do they still heavily short the stock if they cleared most of their shorts? Because it's profitable. They short the volatility. Because everyone's bought, held, and DRS, so the stock generates volatility. Think of the stock like a little generator making volatility. And the more you DRS it, the more powerful the generator becomes. And if you're short volatility, that's very attractive, right? Because a very small amount of capital generates a very large amount of volatility. And then you short that volatility. And then you cover that short. And then you short it again. Because when you cover the short, you create a lot more volatility. It's beautiful, like a perpetual motion machine that you can short infinitely forever. Thanks, guys, for DRSing and making that a thing. I'm proud of you, Greg. It's taken a long time, but you finally learned how to diamond hand your options. I simply can't sell them. When I can sell my Revlon options, the potential for them to be sold will increase greatly. People are going to Upstart around 21.25 today. Got a great entry. Yeah, that was a really good one. Yeah, there's still obligations they have to clear. Because to short it, you need to use synthetic liquidity. And when you cover synthetic liquidity, you drive the price up. Come on, guys. Haven't you read all the fucking DDs I've written? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of DDs talking about this. I thought we were all on the same page. What's happening? Is Supersonic leaking again? Read? I know. But a little. I like my women like I like my stocks. Short, cheap, and volatile. Nice. I read the comments on your DDs. Is that good enough? No. No. Most of those are very stupid. What's a DD? It's like research on a stock. Due diligence, if you will. I mean, not anymore. Now it just means like I randomly connected these dots and this means something because I said so. But I don't write DD that way. Or I try not to. What's the liquidity DD? The last one? River runs dry? Yeah. Makes sense. Gamma's the only way this thing blows. I'm deep in 40s, Jan 23 and 37.50s. Oh, that's a good position. Yeah, that covers you. I mean, you're covered for October or November either way. My problem with holding those positions is I don't want to pay for the theta on like 1,000 contracts a day for 2 months. That's why I don't do that. That's why I just like I enter and then exit. I'm getting ads on something called Acre Trader. Invest in farmland. So we full porting into corn or soy. I'm already deep in wheat, man. I do have some corn and soy exposure though through JJG. Just broad grain index exposure. I'm not kidding. That's real. Is Apple an Opex play? You've asked me that twice, and I told you the first time no. Does the same volatility you explained for GME goes for Upstart? Yep. Upstart's actually short though. Someone's actually shorting Upstart, not just the volatility. They shorted the shit out of Upstart, and then the short got overcrowded. So the shorts are fucking each other over because too many of them went after it. And now they can't get it off Reg Show without massively running the price up. What about the little engine that couldn't? HR just let me know something went wrong with my expense report and they're paying me for my cell phone for the last 18 months, making up what I lost on Revlon. Cool, dude. Look at you. Just rolling in those slightly wealthy benefits. I bought a loaf of sourdough bread yesterday. Same like wheat exposure? No. Will you sign my copy of River Runs Dry? Sure. I've literally never read one of your DDs. Okay, you're a fucking liar. I know you have. And I've read all of yours. So, bite me. What's a reasonable price expectation for Upstart? I bought a little. I don't know, 30, 35 seems perfectly reasonable. Very conservative range. Expect them to not let themselves be blown up if they can avoid it. To open an Upstart position, is it better to sell CSP, buy shares, or do a buy right? Well, we expect Upstart would have upside potential next week, so CSPs, unless they're in the money, are kind of out of the question. Because you wouldn't have time to enter in order to get exposure to its potential. Buying shares, it's at a decent price. At least, over the current trend, 2170 isn't bad. And a buy right would just expose all your shares to getting assigned right away. So, of the three that you've selected, if you would want immediate exposure, buying shares is the best choice. Or selling in the money cash secured puts. I guess whichever one more deeply discounted your shares. Although we are on an uptrend for today. And if you sold $22 puts in the money on Upstart, there's a chance you might not be assigned. No, ACIW is a piece of shit. How does it feel to be able to buy your own place in New York City? I wouldn't know. I didn't buy a house. I ended up with one. Are those Apple 170 and IV play? Sort of. A little bit of both. Increased intrinsic, increased extrinsic. The only DD I read is the RRP Daily. Oh, Jesus. This is why I don't play equities. Crypto doesn't get delisted. Yes, it does. Bullshit. What about the fucking stable coin that went to zero? Whatever it was called. It's the same like delisting. Do you think Upstart has good leadership, C-suite, board? Yeah, actually, I think the company's not that badly run. I think their business model is kind of slow to roll out, but I think that over the next year, lenders are going to start wanting to lend a lot more, right? And they're really going to lower their requirements with interest rates being that high. They're just going to give money to fucking whoever holds their hand out. And when that starts happening, if, you know, Upstart's working to facilitate those loans, they'll start to make very good revenues. I have DD, Greg. Could you milk me? I mean, I probably. I'm not Greg, though. Greg has 5 shares. I heard Jay Rowland has great DDs. Is this true? No, he's an idiot. You're gonna tell me that you didn't read my Ryan Cohen is secretly DFV DD? I can only wonder what my wife thinks when she sees options as a strategic investment next to my coloring books. She probably just goes, "Oh, that's cute," and then withdraws more money from your checking account and puts it into hers. Did you sell your Rev stock? I sold my WeBull one because I didn't want to transfer it and lock my account. But I still have my Schwab position. There's no point in selling it now. It's already worthless. Tether, Luna, all of them, right? We're not going to talk about how like 99% of cryptocurrencies are a scam. Nothing bad happens in crypto ever. All right, I'm sorry. What is the short thesis on Upstart? Just that it was way overvalued last year? I mean, yeah, absolutely was. They were making ridiculous amounts of money, lending money on, you know, interest-free loans because you have 2 sides of that coin, right? So on one side of the interest rates, yeah, you have 0% interest where all the consumers want loans, right? Everyone wants a loan because it's no interest. And then you have high interest rates where the banks are, you know, trying to get everyone to get loans. And it's in the middle where interest kind of dies down, which is where Upstart is right now. But you know, up here, when interest rates are high, banks will fucking loan money to anyone. They don't care if they're going to default. It's like, oh, you'll take 20% or 30% APY on that credit card. Here you go. At a variable rate, no problem. I wonder if Webull will charge me $75 to transfer my Rev options out. Even though it's their fault, I can't trade it with them. I'll bet they would, but joke's on them. I only have 59 cents in that account. I mean, they'll take it out of your shares, I think. Yeah, I agree. It'll be more towards the end of next year, but when interest rates peak, they'll be trying to lend everyone fucking money. Wouldn't Upstart be exposed to defaults? No, actually. They just help facilitate loans. I know that they do some lending on their own, so they do have some exposure, but most of them, you know, they're part of the origination process. The vast majority of loans they help facilitate, they're not backing. Also, you know, if you're backing the loan, it's still an asset. You can sell it. What's the reason for the large uptick in short volume percentage? They're trying to keep the stock from breaking out until they're ready for it to break out. Somebody bought some amount of GameStop, a decent amount, like Wednesday, well, Thursday, Wednesday and Thursday. Which almost, I mean, whoever bought, and we don't know who it is. It could be anybody for any number of reasons, but someone bought, and it massively pumped up their internalization. So, you know, it increased their risk a lot, and that's, you know, you see the off exchange volume explode, and they're having a really hard time getting it back down. Even today, it was the second highest it's ever been for the year. With the market just dropping yesterday, you know, they should have been able to get it down much lower. So GME is at a point right now where it is very illiquid, and there's some pressure on them to free up liquidity. How does Centaur milk taste? I imagine it tastes like steak, Red Bull, and coconut milk just mixed together. I don't know. I'm not a Centaur. When do you think interest rates will peak? Are we saying maybe around this time next year? I think like mid-summer next year. Probably before the September like Fed meeting. Yeah, I have all my GME shares. I think they will see long-term growth as a company. And until they do, I think that the implied volatility on GME is very, very profitable. Hence why I don't DRS anything. Because I could be waiting a long time. How much did they buy? I've been MIA this week due to work. Not sure. A chunk enough to you know, really bump up utilization. If you think of like DPI as like a measurement of tail risk, um, you know, whoever bought Wednesday doubled their tail risk on, like, almost doubled their tail risk on GME. So GME, they have to release liquidity. They need to unlock liquidity to deliver the massive order from Wednesday, Thursday. Well, not only that, I mean, they need to do it anyway because the timing of it was very precise. They're already, you know, at a point where they're struggling to get liquidity day to day, right? And then when a big order like that comes in a period where they're looking for liquidity, it really puts a lot of pressure on them. And the only way to get liquidity is to raise or lower the price. And on GME, lowering the price doesn't generate a lot of liquidity. If Cat hits 210 on Monday, I think I'll make out with break even for my rev loss. Could you ask BlackRock to do this for me as a small favor? We'll see. I mean, it very well could hit like the 200, 203, maybe the 207, 213 range. Unlikely to go that high. That would be really, really insane. But with the sector shift, it's possible. You know, more money going into value helps. I can picture not just random. I mean, it's not really a very Icon-esque investment, right? Jimmy's not going out of business. He can't raid the company for value. It's just not really his style. Maybe he bought some, but maybe he didn't. It could have been anybody, right? They may have had to buy because they were just that short of liquidity that they needed to buy shares. You know they don't want to hit the you know they don't want to hit the borrow rate, because when they hit the borrow rate, that gets people to buy calls. Right? So if the borrow rate starts pumping too hard, it's gonna be like a big green flag for everyone to come buy GME. Take out a 25K loan to fund an account, YOLO it into risky 10x plays and lose it all. Then go to debt relief company and pay half of what you owe. But you have to already own your house. Jesus, that's too much. Just don't gamble with money you can't afford to lose. Definitely don't gamble with somebody else's money that you can't afford to lose. Is it suspect how quickly they moved REV to the OTC? No. And they probably knew on the 13th and have had time to set it up. Okay, tell that to Bill Ackerman. That was that was just like a billionaire penis measuring contest. Ackerman was right. Herbalife is a piece of shit, but Carl Icahn knew he could squeeze him, so he did. That's what happens when you announce your plays to the world. After this Rev debacle, I've given myself a new name. Humble Pie Eater. So sad. Kind of depressed. Cheer up. There's always another opportunity. I'm late to the stream. What GME purchases are we talking about? Was it today or yesterday? Wednesday? Doesn't Wednesday buy-in have a T+2 date of being reported? Oh, you mean if it was like a positional buy-in? They have longer than that, unless they bought 10% of the company. They'd have quite a while, I think. Thoughts on Upstart Jan 30s? My objective is consistency, even if giving up some potential. Okay, I mean I don't know if that contract's more consistent than any other Jan strike. If the stock runs, the contracts will go up from their current pricing, all of them. You want it to go in the money. I mean, you're trying to be a little safer with the delta, I guess, but you're paying more up front for less leverage, and you're more exposed to near-term price action because so much of your value in the contract is intrinsic. What time frame is best to watch to not get chopped up? 15 minutes? 5 helps a lot. 15 might be a little long. 15's more like, it's right on the cusp of, between a day and a swing timing. I would say the 5-minute will help you not get stopped out as often if that's the problem you're having. At least check on the 5-minute before you set your stop. 3 seconds, then got it. This rally going into close or just a bull trap? It's definitely not a bull trap. I don't know if it's going to rally a lot more. It seems to just be stagnating in what is basically a dead zone on the market. Everything else will stagnate too because they're all part of the market. Once rev options are tradable, and people panic, so won't that make the stock price go down even more with any de-hedging going on? I mean, I doubt that there's very much hedging on the Jan 35s as it is. IV could go up if sold 35s close, right? So if the price goes down and then all the sold 35s close their positions, then IV's going to go back up. Why do I keep touching my computer screen when I know it's not a touchscreen computer? I don't know. I mean, I think this is the beginning of an uptrend. Superman. Could be triple topping here at 37.30. Well, with that, now I want to say no. Never mind. Like the second you wrote that. For Cat, is there a DTE where you always take profit on deep in the money positions? Like close around 20 DTE? I mean, not something I'm really paying attention to. I'm just taking profits off the table, right? Covering my cost basis. Leaving up some runners. Seeing where it goes. I've already taken some profits on Cat, like a pretty good amount. But I mean, yeah, if it's just stagnating, then you probably want to start taking some profits before. I mean, theta decay once you're in the money is really slow, but you probably want to take some profits, otherwise you're just losing money every day. Upstart IV is up, correct? A little bit, yeah. It's kind of flat, really, over the last few weeks, but it is elevated. See any hope for my 0 DTE M $20 calls? No. I don't know, maybe? Probably not. Can we see a 3710 or 3700 retest today? Sure. Yeah, it's possible. US dollar is falling. Dixie is falling. Now that Rev is pretty much dead, what was that secret ticker you mentioned you were looking into like last week? Oh god. I don't know if we're ready for that. And I'm still looking into it. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Yes, volume is low partially because of internalization, also lack of interest. Ooh, we've moved into a more exciting range on the SPX. What's up, guys? Oh, that's awful. I should have bought Eggo minis. I'm not a New Englander. Or are you just referring to the US as New England? Foyer? I would assume that's how it's pronounced. No full bull till 37.50. GDS making some trades today. It's moving up. I don't have a lot of exposure on it. I only got like 50 shares. And every time I talk about it, everyone's like, oh, that stock's $250. I'm not buying that shit. So, just don't talk about it much. GME looks good. I have a bunch of contracts that are up right now. I kind of want to sell them because they're up. But we'll see. Have you sold your remaining rev stacks? No, I'm just going to keep the rest of the position. Although I will say, if this turns out to be another Opex where I'm up more before Opex, I'm going to be pissed. Like, I've timed the entry perfectly as far as the volatility goes on, like, the last three. And then nothing fucking happened. Yeah, I'm well aware. Quick name. Especially September. I was up like 80% on my contracts going into Monday. Maybe you should start playing pre-packs. Listen, I don't YOLO money at Opex because I want 80% returns. I YOLO money at Opex because I want 1,000% returns. If I wanted to make 80%, I'd just play SPX or Caterpillar. You know, all my other positions that just make money constantly and keep all of you people here watching me every day, wondering when I'll leak the next one. People think all of my success is predicated on GME. No. It's based on the fact that cat options are up like 300% right now from the buy signal. is the fact that in a down market, Pickle Financial's hedge fund would be beating the market by like 300%. Sorry for asking what you've probably answered 100,000 times today, but do you see any upside potential for Rev 35s? Or do you think they'll just drop? I mean, I think they'll just drop, but they'll drop so much that you won't even want to bother selling them. And then they have some upside potential. What's your cat buy signal? It was in Pickles Picks. I was like, hey, cat looks kind of good right now. I think I'm going to buy a bunch of it. That was it. I mean, Jamie and Bbby both beat Caterpillar for the year, but Caterpillar is just consistent as hell. And actually, unrealized gains on that I have on Caterpillar right now, once I close them, exceed my Bbby gains. So Cat'll be number 2. Everything paling in comparison to my hard port into March Opex. I mean, there's a reason I still buy into Opex, right? ETFs are expensive. How do I access Pickles Picks? Well, I assume you're already a dillionaire, so you should just have access to them. Or your name's green, and I don't know why. Someday I hope to become as humble as you are. You're my hero. It's hard. It's hard to keep it in check. I do my best. Dillionaire? I mean, you don't need to give me money. I generally talk about all the plays immediately after posting them. I think the biggest advantage is being a dillionaire is you get to see the research behind it and the DD. But like, don't throw money at me unless you're like serious about trading and it's like something that you care about, because otherwise it'd just be a waste. First thing first, I'm the most humblest. Number 1 at the top of the humble list. Exactly. Why would MMs change strategy? Seeing chain stacked every OPEX by retail, it would be better for them to release pressure over time. What MMs don't give a shit. What the fuck do the MMs have to do with it? They're neutral. MMs make money off the spread. More call and put buying? Awesome. Wall Street makes money off volume. Transaction costs. They don't give a fuck otherwise. They don't care what things cost. They don't care about the price. Come on, Roaring Kitty. You know this, don't you? When I pay capital gains tax on the stock I sold in my IRA that I bought 2 months ago, even though I'm not withdrawing the funds? I'm not sure. I'm not that's like a CPA question. I'm not very well versed in retirement account anything. Think someone DRS'd my Rev without telling me. Was it you? Ran out of stuff to say in these, but ready for another year and a half. Here's to learning more and getting better. Fuck yeah, 6'3" tarnished Dan. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Where do I access the Discord link? It's in the description down below. What's a retire? I don't know. It's what you do when you're dead. I've discussed in the past that the MM has assumed the conglomerated short side of the risk, if any, from 2021 through their investment banking arm. Yeah? I don't think so. Just I just don't think the MM cares that much. I don't think there's conglomerated short side risk. I think it just builds up over each quarter and then they blow it all off epically. I recently got into futures and I bought MES near the bottom. I'm up way higher than I thought I would be. Cool. That's awesome, man. It's the whole reason you trade in retirement accounts. You don't pay taxes on gains unless you're withdrawing. Okay. I don't do that. I like all my money right there where I can get at it. What if I have to change my identity and run away to a foreign country? Conglomerated is a very business term. I'm going to use it more often when I'm trying to confuse end users with unrealistic expectations from now on. Just ask the wife. She's a CPA. You do not need to pay capital gains in an IRA. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know how it works when you're like, if you're just like sitting on cash, or does it doesn't have to be like positionally placed. Upstart run next week, comes back down, and is still on reg show after it all. Are you gonna basically full port like I am? Not gonna full port, but I'm gonna big port. I mean, I still own Revlon. I'm still in. Perelman's still in. I'm still in. Until I'm holding his bags. Jimmy slow climb into closes, stagnate. Do you think extreme rugged handsomeness makes people intimidated by you in real life? Yes. It's difficult. If Upstart runs next week, how do they bring it back down? Just longs taking profits? Yeah. That's what generates liquidity. The people pressuring their position sell, and then they can bring the price back down. Appreciate all you guys for the responses. Bought Bbby right before the run and sold at 23. I only hold a couple weeks, so I was just curious if that would be a subject or not. Thanks, y'all. The safest way to get into an Upstart play via buying call options for limited fixed downside risk. Gracias. I mean, call options are not limited risk; they're high risk. There's option strategies you could use to limit that risk. What call options do is they give you leverage on exposure, so you can get much more exposure for less money up front. In retirement accounts, selling isn't a taxable event. Withdrawing any money can be. Whether it's investor just sitting there, it doesn't make a difference. Okay. I wasn't sure how it worked when you're just like keeping like profits in the account. What if it exceeds your initial like deposit? So the limits are only based on deposits, right? For IRAs. I really should be more versed in these. um Okay. I can figure out the rest from there. So because it's on OTC, they're off the hook for all the obligations that were built up on Rev. No, it's just much easier to clear them. I'm not convinced you've seen an SLD worthy drop yet. Be nice if it was today, but maybe they make us wait for Monday, Tuesday. We broke the bottom. Like, we broke the bottom trend to the downside today, I think. That's usually a pretty good signal. We didn't break it hard, but they don't have a lot of liquidity, but we did break the bottom. So this does make me kind of bullish as fuck. It at least makes me 10% more bullish. If you go back historically on all of these, at some point we've broken the bottom at least once or twice. Like the initial trend being, you know, here, and then the bottom being broken. But that also happened before Jan 26th, and everyone got fucking creamed. So, do with that what you will. I guess we still went up on Jan 26th. Just not a lot. How much was that day? It was like 20% or something. Went from 23 to 29. When everyone talks about Feb 18 options and whines about them, that was the day that I told everyone this is a really good day to roll those. And whoever whines about Feb 18s didn't. I break the bottom sometimes too. Yeah, but then you just like get a new one, right? Whoever holds this 1400 GME 25P has got some diamond hands. They're down 80% today and still holding. Yeah, they're not getting rid of them. As an experiment, I'm going to buy one share of any stock you mention. Most of the time, it's reading questions. Please don't read anyone's comments asking about Burke A. Burke A. I'm just going to say Burke A once a day. Burke A. It might. Apple primed for more ups. It's looking kind of solid. Yeah, it could be. Looks okay. Everyone getting creamed sounds like a Kendra story. Did you calculate GM for Upstart? I want to have an idea of a price target besides 25 and 30. It's not that we're miscalculating Gamma Max on Upstart. It's the Gamma Max on Upstart. Like, Gamma is flat from 30 to 600. So there's nothing to calculate there. There's nothing impeding the movement of the stock upwards. Short VIX here, or wait in case it downs on Monday? Probably when it was at 34 the other day, and I was like, I'm gonna short VIX. I don't like shorting VIX under 30. No, the price target is not 600. I think like, I mean, Gamma Max is roughly 30, except Gamma's flat beyond 30. So It can move up way more than that. So, you know, Gamma Max, and you figure 10 to 15% break at a minimum. So you're looking at $36, conservatively, if it moves up with enough volume. They're down like 40%. That's why you buy more of them when they're down. $30 puts at 34, we're not down. It's already cooling. I mean, what do you want? No problem, Dylan. Is GME volume particularly low right now? I mean, it's roughly in like the average range, right? For like the last couple weeks. It's a little higher than some of our lowest days, but still pretty low. There's multiple things that affect that. One, the hedge on GME is relatively neutral because we're like right at that break point constantly. So there's not a lot of hedging going on. People aren't buying a lot of it. And they're internalizing a fairly significant amount. So all of those factors combined lead to kind of a low liquidity environment. Or a low volume environment, not low liquidity. I got my VIX 30 puts at 391. I'm down 2. What kind of theta did you get on them? If you're down, you're just down on theta. VIX will cool more. Okay, yeah, VIX will cool more. I wouldn't worry about that too much. You've just got some theta decay to overcome. You talk about SPY again? What about it? I got rejected at 37.43. SPX October 21 calls capitulating back to 3,700. I don't know if we'll pull back so far as 3,700. That's a bit of a drop. We need like a big sell off to like longs. 0 DTE longs might sell off here. That could trigger some downside, but they may wait for a test of 3,750. I don't know why, but they might. I'm not sweating them. I did get October 19 VIX 25 puts. Those expired worthless. Oh, those are not great. What's the top of the olive? The top of the olive isn't relevant. We're not pressuring it. We're just going out the side of the olive. So theta has won. To pressure the short position to the upside, we would have needed to have moved up on that, like that bigger rally. What was it, last week? We would have needed to keep moving up on that rally, and if we had, we could have pressured the shorts on the upside, but that didn't happen. So shorts, I mean, win really, but now we get a turnaround. Most people say Lily. Really? It's clearly not. It's clearly Lyle. Trump train getting blown up. Okay. Could we see a drop on Monday? Maybe. I mean, in pre-market, I could see that being possible. With the AM expiries on the puts. What's your SPY target then after this week, assuming supposed rally? I'm targeting 3,800. It can go higher, but that's where my target is. If I start to see longs coming in and volume picking up, then I'll move my target up. What's the farthest out calls on Upstart you like for a set and forget it type position? I don't know. You could get like Jan 2024s. You definitely don't have to think about those a lot for a while. It's funny to watch them pile into Upstart puts the moment the SPX drops, isn't it? And man, do they pile in hard. GME's not getting fragged. Why is everybody so dramatic with their descriptions of what's happening with stocks today? Today is pretty boring, slightly up. And the SPY's not giving you the test of 3750, Champ of Roses. I don't know what to tell you. SPX getting seller boxed. Pretty boring, slightly up is my party name. It's every day. Red candle equals drilling for oil on SPX. Green candle equals puts capitulation. Yeah. Everything plays out the way I hope. I'll be fragging myself vigorously early next week. Nice. Hey, Gurk, really appreciate the stream. I was hoping you could peek at a ticker that seems to be trading lower today. Seems like a good value. The ticker is REVQ. Dear God. Can we not call Revlon good value? I think Revlon's more in the basket of maybe some value after its delisting. Wait, GBA50C 1021 from September Opex gonna print? I love that you still have them. What expiry are you playing SPX for the upside? November 18th. You can just look at the options flow, Darb. Before I go, could you whisper capitulation into the mic? No, I don't want to sit up right now. Rev is good value, great financials, limited debt. Dude, they have a book value of negative $40 a share. Yesterday, Burke A on my time horizon for Rev position was updated from 3 weeks to 10 years. Nice. That's probably not gonna be 10 years, but it could be a while. That's okay, Paris. Thank you. Good luck or congratulations. 35 shares worth of value, $35 a share worth of value to be exact. Oh god. I can still afford RevQ. Oh, there you go. Rev is definitely quickly becoming a buy and hold type of buy. Do you think there's any chance of Gensler's PFOF dark pool ban coming to fruition? That would be terrible. I don't want them to ban PFOF. Then I'll have to sell calls with Theta. Ugh. The fees will become extraordinarily high. They should just tax trades. Just put a penny tax on every trade. If you want to get rid of high frequency front running. Are they buying individual puts? Generally, yeah, when they buy algos and they're hitting the ask, they're buying them one at a time really, really fast. Right, like they just hit the ask, hit the ask, hit the ask. But it's like single orders. It's not like big, big chunks. I'm not backholding Rev shares. I'm long short volatility. I think with the advancements in science and modern medicine, Rev will be worth 666 in about 3 to 5 years. What do you think is more likely going through Bellboy's mind right now? One, how am I going to manage this Rev position? Or two, pardon me, but do you happen to have any Grey Poupon? I'm sure he cares. I mean, it's not a small amount of his money. You know, he's got like $180 million tied up in Revlon. Well, not anymore. But he did yesterday. And it's like his daughter's like she runs it. I'm sure he'll do something. Or maybe he hates his daughter. And he's like, I told you were worthless. Look at you running this company into the ground. I don't know. I don't know what kind of relationship he has with his children or his 42 ex-wives. How does the potential for Upstart compare to what you thought the potential of Bbby was before its run? I mean, Bbby wasn't in a place to run while on Reg Show. It went on Reg Show while it was running. That's a very different scenario. So on Bbby, they had liquidity issues at the top, right? On Upstart, they have liquidity issues back here. This is far more bullish. I thought RC would double down on Bbby. I lost a lot of confidence in the Bbby play when he didn't. I told people about that before it started running, that I didn't like that he hadn't doubled down, because the opportunity was very obviously slipping away. But, you know, the argument was like, he said he didn't want to own the company, he didn't want to, you know, be involved in the day-to-day, and so it was like, okay, you know, it makes sense that he's not buying more, but it also was probably a really, you know, in hindsight, was a really big indicator that he was going to sell out, or that they weren't working with him or moving towards the goals that, you know, he had for the company. Just remember, billionaire wives wear Revlon, the mistresses wear MAC. How long has he owned it? With the bar fees he's got, I mean, the bar fees weren't always that high. Are the execs giving themselves huge bonuses? I mean, they're not giving them to themselves, but the execs are being paid pretty large bonuses. But that's how you retain your talent. I don't think they're bleeding it dry. Actually, if you look at their financials, most of what happened to BBBY was a combination of like COVID, debt maturity, and supply shock. And these all kind of just hit at the perfect moment. Ugh. So it just got, you know, like Rev just got triple teamed. And so, you know, they weren't able to satisfy their orders. Then they, you know, lost their, because they weren't able to satisfy orders, then they lost, you know, their Ulta Beauty fucking, accounts, and, you know, it just kind of went downhill from there. And they just hurtled towards bankruptcy super, super fast. It was mostly a financial Eiffel towering by debt and supply shock. Yeah, well, no, COVID hit them pretty hard. No one was wearing makeup, right? So, you know, first their orders dipped. Then orders went back up, but they couldn't meet demand because of supply shock and massive debt that they took on to survive when orders were down. So, this was kind of the problem. The company is actually not bad, and they're still a huge supplier for a large number of retailers, and they have decent revenue, but their debt's got the better of them right now. I think if they're able to get their debt into a manageable position, the company will be successful. I mean, it's not gonna be like crazy successful. It's not like the next Apple or something, but much better than where they are now. Is the Rev delist like the Hertz delist at all? A bit, yeah. Equally unfair. When do you think Upstart will pop? 1 week, 1 month? I'm trying to buy $1. One Upstart 22 call option is a lottery ticket. I want to buy enough theta. Gracias. I would probably get a very good amount of theta. I mean, it could be October or November, depending on if it stays on reg show or not. There's a number of factors. And and because of the short positioning, the dam could really break at any time. So you want to maintain exposure, which is hard. I just wanted to make a naughty reference. I'm a grown up, I swear. I figured it out. The girl next door is Hellboy's daughter, and you helped her unload her bags. No. There's been no insider sells. I thought they were knocking on my neighbor's door, but they weren't. It was just a delivery. Um, be honest, have you had a secret rendezvous with RP's wife, Rev CEO? That's his daughter. They whisper sweet, naughty, material things in your ear. No. I mean, you don't have to spam the chat with it. I read it. Jesus. When are you looking to offload these Feb 18s? The same day I offloaded them, Bo Darville, on January 26th. You should have been there. It was great. If Jimmy starts out strong Monday, is there usually a pullback that is good to buy into some weeklies? Or historically better to just pump in and ride the wave up? Left some money to try this. Okay, so yes, there is. Generally a pullback in like the middle of the day. So if we start to see, GME price action like rising in the morning and we're getting like a mid-afternoon lull, this is like an okay time to leverage up some weeklies, especially if you're catching like the upside of this move and you've confirmed a move up. Because generally this moves up and then into the end of the day. No, it's not a fucking cup and handle. Can we get an Upstart channel on the Discord? Dude, you're buying like blocks of 50,000 shares. I think you can afford billionaires. Was that your quarterly truffle delivery? No, it was just like some groceries. You said earlier that Upstart below 22 is ideal. I'm looking at opening a position with Jan 23 calls. What's your recommendation on strikes? I mean, it depends on what you're trying to capture. If you're trying to capture an increase in volatility, I mean, you can go kind of far out of the money. You don't want to go too far out of the money, but you can go like between 60 and 100. If you're trying to capture price action or have like exercisable calls, then you probably want like 25 to 35. It really just depends on how much risk you want to take with the position, right? No worries, dude. Which are you more confident in, an Opex run for Upstart or GME? I mean, GME looks good on most if not all of the factors that we look for. Upstart does too, except Upstart's in a way different situation than GME. It doesn't have a lot of historic Opex price action. It has some, but not a lot, right? And so it's hard to say how much more ETF exposure there is on this Opex for Upstart, because it doesn't have like a high historical correlation. Kind of like how Fubo dropped its correlation to the basket and it's starting to get it back. Upstart may be starting to build it up, whereas GME just looks good. We watch GME a lot. My positions on GME are already up. I mean, I could sell here fairly profitably. So my confidence in GME is higher. But also because there's less outstanding shit going on, right? Like GME isn't on Reg Show. We kind of know how it works. We're better at tracking its liquidity. Upstart is on Reg Show, which means, you know, they're gonna fight to try not to run it. And I don't know if that's something we're gonna win right away. Jimmy, big run next Monday, next week. I don't know about next Monday, but next Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, over the T+2 period, it looks quite good. Netflix might be spicy next week. It really might, actually. I've thought about it a lot, but there's some risk there. I have bull put spreads on it, and they're basically just maxed out. I don't even know what I'm waiting for. I should just close them. I closed most of them, but I don't think all my orders filled. Maybe I'll roll those profits into some calls. Speculate a bit. Do you typically sell your Opex cover calls for 30 days out? Not quite 30 days. Like I'd probably on Opex, I'd be probably targeting like the November 4th expiration, maybe the 11th. Is Max Payne a bullshit indicator? Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Max Payne moves all day long, all over the place. It's just not accurate because you're getting one data print in the morning before the markets open. And then you have no idea where it is after like 2 minutes. And you know, it also, like, a movement to Max Payne would assume a non-neutral market maker. And market makers do take risk, but they are mostly neutral. Does Upstart have a lot of institutional interest that can help start the Reg Show short squeeze? Actually, yeah, it does. They're in the financial services sector, so they're much more attractive to institutions. And they have a good balance sheet, so. I think the largest institutional holders on Upstart right now. I haven't looked for a little bit. I think there's some more 13Fs out now. So of the 81 million shares outstanding, like 32 million of those are held by insiders, of which Vanguard is one. No, Vanguard's a 6% owner. Sorry, I looked at the wrong row. 30 million are owned by insiders. So roughly 50 million share free float. Vanguard owns 5 million shares. Vulcan Value Partners owns about 5 million. Morgan Stanley has about 4.2. Susquehanna has 3 million shares worth of puts. BlackRock has about 3 million shares. Citadel has about 2.6 million puts. Co2 Management has 2.3 million shares. And Bank of America has about 2 million inputs. Like most of those positions are puts and calls. Yeah. Most of the big put positions are puts and calls. But put favored. So put edge. So yeah, it looks like the standard meme stock setup, right? Sus, Citadel, 2 Sigma, B of A, Jane Street, short. What's near Columbia University? Yeah, BlackRock has shares. I just read that. BlackRock has Simplex has a bunch of puts too. BlackRock has 3 million shares at a $137.74 cost basis. Yeah, maybe I should mention that part. BlackRock has a $137 cost basis, and Vanguard has a $155 cost basis. What drop in bullishness percentage did you have on Rev? I don't know. I don't measure my bullishness in base points. If you own puts on Twitter and Elon buys it, what happens to your puts? You lose your money? Elon is buying it. Pre-split? Upstart didn't split. Well, you should. I don't have a huge bear case against Upstart right now. Unfortunately. I wish I had a better one, but... What's your play with Apple, Opex, earnings? Dude, I told you this 2 times already. Do you just ask me a question and leave the stream? Well, there's your fucking answer. What do you think it will take for institutions to come back to GME? Probably a share offering, or their insane shareholders stop locking up all the liquidity. Is not having a bear case for a stock a good sign? I mean, there's bear cases, but they're weak, right? It's a good sign, but I wish I could find a stronger one. Nothing's that good, right? I'm having a hard time finding a bear case on it that I find any confidence in. What's your take on the big volume day on Rev where we moved 30%? Anything potentially left over from that? Possibly, yeah. Although if they wanted to cover, right, there's nothing but selling today. How do you think Twitter fares post Elon purchase? I mean, I'm sure he'll try to pump and dump it like all his other stocks that he's ever been involved with. As part of my GME Opex play, I have a few $30 strike calls, which I'm hoping to use to capture price action as opposed to IV. I think it's too far out of the money for that. No, I don't think 30 is crazy. I mean, given where Gamma Max is and where call interest is likely to be at its highest, which is $30. How can you check the amount of internalization for a stock like DDS? Seems like they let few of the buy orders print to the market and dump all the internalization later. I mean, so luckily for anybody shorting volatility on DDS, not a lot of people are very interested in it. If it had more volume, it would be a really big problem. But I can check what its like average looks like. I forget the number. Oh yeah, that's right. DDS doesn't print PMI data either. So DDS and Revlon don't really have PMI data. I don't know why. I'm sure there's other stocks that don't either, but they don't. Maybe it might be the amount of volume traded in dark pools isn't sufficient for them to make a data point for them. Or just, crime or whatever. It only took 3 months for Upstart to drop from 400 to 100. Can we have an inverse version of that now through mid-Jan? I don't think we're gonna have I don't think it's gonna move up to 400 again. That was like just peak bullishness. I'm a busy man. I can't watch listen all day, although I would like nothing more than to listen to your soothing, buttery voice. Have you considered an ASMR channel? Anyway, what's your play with Apple? Opex, earnings? Also, you still bullish on Rev? I'm playing Apple for a market bounce. Earnings could help it out. It's not really for Opex, but it's assisted by it. I'm still in Rev. My bullishness has waned. Overall order flow on Upstart loans will go down with rising interest rates. No, not really, right? Because on their loans that they give out, yeah, they'll take a hit, but they'll be originating more loans as banks try to make them as banks try to sell more loans on raised rates, right? So as the rates go up, the banks are going to push loans harder at probably higher default rates, but Upstart doesn't really care about that, right? Like their positioning is really interesting in that industry. Like they facilitate loans, but they generally sell them, right? And then the money they get for origination largely comes from the number of points available on the loan. And so if banks are pushing loans to, subprime borrowers, then they're going to be writing a lot more loans, which is super bullish. Like everything, they're so weirdly positioned in their industry that it's just like they're kind of exposed to everything. Like they have positive exposure to almost every macroeconomic event at this point. Well, I tried. I'm sorry. If Revlon has a plan for their bankruptcy hearing, would institution ETFs buy on the OTC? Institutions might. ETFs won't. They're not in an index anymore. And a lot of the selling today is going to be by mutual funds. I've made thousands off SPY options and still don't know what the company sells. Hope. Hope for a brighter future and also infinite growth. What's worse, Rev getting delisted or when you met Revlina in a New York City bar on a Tinder blind date and were forced to frantically escape? I'd pay $10,000 not to have to live through that night again. So, yeah. Should I leverage all my assets to full port your next pickles pixes? Oh, Jesus. Probably not. That seems like a terrible idea. Why do you have to full port everything? And then why do you insist on buying strikes 3 standard deviations higher than the ones I'm buying? I don't understand your strategy. It just seems like you're trying to lose all your money before you die. SPX breaking up again? No? Not yet. It's breaking out. You're talking about the wedge. It's breaking out, but it's not breaking up. Here's the big difference between those two. Here. If it crosses this, if it crosses that, then it's breaking up. You keep saying standard deviation like we know what it means. It's a measure of data dispersed in relation to its mean. So, like like a high standard deviation is very close to the mean, and a low standard deviation is very far out. So, like, if you're talking about options, right, and you have, $5 units, and this is like where the stock is trading, and then 10 would be a 10 and 0, right, and then you'd have like so on. I'm not a stats professor. DDS big candle, cool. Let's hear about a sector you were bullish on into the spring of next year. Manufacturing, industrials, and commodities. Maybe pharmaceuticals or chemical manufacturing, but yeah, those kind of more specifically. Also, if you saw my report, you would know I have Upstart 40 Cs for November and GME 35 Cs for November. I'm not only third standard deviations away on my plays. Fair. Imagine a bell curve. That's about all I got for you. The SPX didn't like your line. I know, but it may like it in a minute. I recommend Lawn Tet for chemical manufacturers, super up. Is a 30 delta option about the end of one standard deviation? It depends on the underlying. What do you know about Alcoa? AA, I think. Aluminum? I think they're an aluminum, big aluminum company, biggest aluminum company. Aluminum's good. Exports are cut off from Russia. The problem with aluminum is it's very recyclable. Although I'm pretty sure Alcoa has good exposure to that. It's really cheap. So it's kind of a, it's got two things going for it. What if SPX gets into 37.50 before close today? Are you picking up any puts? No. I'm gonna straddle, but not just puts. Both. I'll both. Yeah. YCL calls are up like 30%. It's moving. I should have full ported into that. Oh well. Keeper dump Tuesday SPX 37.40 right at break even. I kind of don't want to take a weekend theta hit, but I'm not feeling additional downside Monday. I don't know. Maybe you go in the money right now. This is actually starting to break out, so consolidate and move up, and then you get a test of like 37.50 to take profits on, which is obviously way more enticing. Is MVIS overcrowded? I don't know if it's overcrowded. It kind of just looks bad. Factors causing the market to punt. We got JPM and Tesla spreads underwater and stuff. What mean? JPM and Tesla spreads underwater. Factors causing the market to pump. Do you not watch the stream? Man, I've been talking about nothing but the market pumping for like 3 weeks now. 4 weeks almost. You have a stream? God damn it. Come on, Kenneth. We're not pumping that hard yet, and we're still in the expected range. I just woke up. Yeah, but I've been talking about it for like weeks now, like every single day, all day. Asked about WeBull, about Rev 35. They said you'll be able to sell them next week, but you can't buy. Yep. That seems accurate. Is it too late to get into the Rev play? I mean, it's very early to get into a very different Rev play. Get it together, Kenneth. Jesus. The market's going up because massive amounts of institutional puts are closing today. And we have priced in a lot of the macroeconomic conditions currently. I decided to get into the Sicilian olive business after seeing the pimento. Alright, nice. I sold my 0DT 368 at 10 a.m. Small brain move. Made 160%, but that's for chumps. I mean, it's a 0DTE. How long are you going to hold on to it for? You expect the SPX to move higher on Monday? Yeah. More importantly, I expect there to be far less resistance to the upside. I'm still hungover from the Rev play. I still have my Feb 18 GME calls. Is it like negative 245 DTE? You expect Fubo to move up? It could, yeah. I don't think it's gonna be like super spicy, but it could. I've been gone all week. I had to work at my job. Can you believe that? Bullshit. Agreed. That sounds like bullshit. I wouldn't want to do that. Why does my broker keep calling me asking for margarine help? They just want you to put more money in your account, Whale05. I'm still in the denial phase of my losses on Rev. Nice. What's next? I don't know. I mean, I've got all the stuff I'm playing probably for this and next week already kind of locked in. This is the week where, if all my planning comes to fruition, I print huge tendies. I have been waiting. Also, congratulations, Guy, with the 3740 call on SPX that expires on Tuesday. You did it. Look at all that price realization. It's not done yet. Yo, Gurk, happy Friday. How in the money does a CSP need to be in order to get assigned? Buying 10,000 shares of Fubo at 4 today? Yeah, probably. Sounds like you might be buying. Well, not 4. It's 4 minus credit received. I don't know what the hell you sold them for. Did you sell us all of the Rev 35s? I can't sell them yet. Did you see the big put orders on SPX from earlier today? I think they're sold. But yes. Ugh. Given the very little drawdown we've had, I'm assuming that they are sold. If they're not, they're terribly positioned. Do you think Rev will do a press release or not? I mean, they did one last night. They were like, we got delisted by the NYSE. We'll be trading on the pink sheets. Thanks. Then disclaimers. Not enough credit. Thinking about rolling another week? You could try. GME just auto bought to close my GME 102125C via call at market. Bullish for a late run. I mean, that's how 0 DTEs work on Fidelity. I think you can turn that off. Or tell them that you don't want to close it. Definitely sold way under bid. Okay. Price target for GME end of day. I'd be surprised if we break above like the 25-40 range. Do you see Apple hitting 160 next week? It could. It doesn't seem outrageous. What's it at? 140 something right now? $147? Yeah, I could see that happening. $158's a really hard resistance on Apple, though. My 30 CCs that expire in 45 minutes safe. Yeah, I'd say so. On GME, I assume you mean? There it goes. Are we expecting an Opex run on Upstart next week? We'll see. I mean, it's on Reg Show, so I'm not I'm not expecting one, but I think one is possible. So I'm prepared for one to happen, but not a lot. Most of my Upstart leverage is further dated. Like a lot, the majority of my contracts are in December and January. I do have November contracts, but not as many. I've been rewatching your streams trying to find your Fortress of Solitude rant, where you teach us how to build a base before doing risk. Can you just re-rant that again? I don't even remember. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I say an unbelievable amount of stuff every day. It's very hard to remember any one single thing that I said. More. I don't know. I don't want to play the song too much into the rejection. This is a critical moment for the SPX for the next, even for next week. What are you doing, Step SPX? Are you stuck? Oh, you're just happy to see me. I wonder if anyone has played that at a party. They should have. The high frequency trading we're seeing on Fubo, is that suggestive that institutions are more interested in it? Or is that smaller funds? Just Fubo, good target with high liquidity, low price? The high frequency trading that we're seeing on Fubo is because it's cheap. It's cheap and people are buying it. VIX is poking its way into the green too. I told you guys. Feels so good not worrying about money. Thanks for all you do, Gurk. You got it, Mike. Thanks, man. It's not a magic line. It's been there for like 3 weeks. Move the magic line higher, please. I will not. You know, when you draw a resistance line and the stock rejects off of it within a few cents, like a multiple $1,000 asset rejects by a couple cents from where you drew the line, inside you feel really good. But at the same time, you wonder if there's like a tiny universe with like little Jim Cramers running around and they see the stock running to the line and they're like, sell, sell, sell. And you also hate yourself for being right. Like, I feel like I've just stopped trillions of dollars of economic progress by drawing a line on my chart, you know? Do you guys ever feel that way? Forget everything you know about fine dining. You did. No, my lines don't work. That's why I'm here. Yay! All right, more song. We're going louder this time, too. Nice, man. I don't know if you can claim diamond hands when holding a theta decaying position. Never mind. Enjoy the win, man.
Tell me how you like it.
He sold a theta decaying position. It's a CSP. It gains. I'm not gonna argue it. It's
Hashtag not a cult.
the internalization's getting too much. Kenny's boofle is filling. Let the MOASS commence. Ironically, yeah, flat as fuck is pretty bullish. They're trying so hard. But they have to poop so bad. They're holding back a tidal wave. They're damming a river with the beaver. Milk of magnesia for MOASS. How bullish would you be if today's DIX is even more engorged than the other days? I'd white. I'd white pretty hard. Just, I'm gonna be honest. More internalization, lots of put buying. They're trying to keep it down. $25 is a dream price most days. If we're close, we may never see 25 again. Thoughts? We'll definitely see 25 again. Cute, but sorry, dude. Jeez, Fubo got sharded. High frequency traders are trying to get their money back. He just had so much slippage. Man, this week my brain finally embraced hedging and building a position rather than just go all in from the start. As a result, I've been far more profitable. This week did me good. Nice, man. Congratulations. This is the first time I've played Cat V with some decent money. Why are there any other stocks? Well, because you need other things besides credit cards and excavators. Actually, payment processing systems and excavators. I have the softest diamond hands. It's from the diamond lotion. It's very exfoliating. I have a feeling Fugo goes back to 474 next week. Just a feeling. How about 7 or 8? 775. Did I get too aggressive with the 1118 M25C? Wow. I mean, it's a really high target. What happens if you use diamond lotion on your pickle? It glitters. Don't know how to really make this make sense, but would you be able to go over how to analyze or how you figure out puts being too expensive, buy sell walls, things of that nature? Thanks. Oh man, I don't want to offend you here, but that's a $1 million lesson, not a $10 one. I analyze the options data, analyze the order flow, I analyze institutional positioning, volume, trends to some degree. I hope that helps. You can read my DDs. There's a lot of information there. You can hang out here. You'll learn more. Magic lines. Tiny Jim Cramer verses that we create. That's why we have the interdimensional fairy cat, because he makes the tiny universes that we use to manipulate the markets. I mean, helps us draw the lines. Don't forget the intestinal blockage DD. I wouldn't really call that DD. It was very speculative. More like hype or fluff. Hang in there and front run Girk's play. I've already made so much money today. I've almost forgotten about Revlon. Between Caterpillar and the SPX. Rev what? Is Jfresh the tiny interdimensional travel cat? Fairy cat. It's your favorite pattern forming. You just don't you dare say that to me. We're not going to talk about the megaphones. Liar, in reality, you have a board with a circle drawn on it, divided in slices, with stock tickers on each slice. Then you just spin in the middle and a pickle that picks your play. Debunked. I wish. Gherk, when you get dressed and put your pants on, do you put your socks on before or after your pants? After my pants. I always put my socks on after my pants. It's the right order. Underwear, pants, socks, shoes. That was way too normal. Kendra's having a good day, I think. At least has nobody picked up. Where's Blueberry Batman to say pants, socks, underwear? Kendra told me to visit R only if she packing for a fun travel blog, but it was not that at all. Ha! I'm a sock shoe kind of guy. Oh. I need more excitement in my life than that to work. I'm sorry. This isn't going to work. It's too methodical. I need more passion. Eat some cheese puffs. $20 to hit 3,700. We're not dropping to 3,700. What's your take on vests, both standard and gorilla chest? I own some vests. I have one. The other one doesn't fit me anymore because of my newly found rotund body shape. When the foot goes into the shoe, the whole process must be an experience in itself. Any crease of the sock or foreign object in the shoe are not tolerated by any circumstance. Huh. Does this move up? Hold on 1 second. I think I have another delivery. My food is here. Oh, what did I hit? No one became a pigeon whale. Thanks, Hi-Fi, for saving me from divorce. Oh, this sandwich is way too messy to eat on stream. I don't get paid enough to eat this in front of you guys. Idaho beef, you son of a bitch. Thank you so much, man. Welcome aboard. You're all set up. Everyone, welcome Idaho beef back. No longer paper-handed. He was just buying the dip.
He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all money. He's gotta come to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Are selling off their puts and buying calls yet? Some puts definitely capitulated. I don't know how many. And we won't know if they're buying calls till we see Monday's OI. Monday morning's OI. That's awesome, Wessels. I hope you do, man, for you, not for me. Can you explain why Cat is the best and will always be the best, and how much higher it can move up? Cat's the best because no one understands what it's worth, and it can move up to like 213. If you're really lucky, 220. But I don't think that's gonna happen. That'd be some crazy shit. Gherk, when you eat, I turn into a telescope. Anything I can do to spice up the Wilson's bedroom. Happy to help, Kendra.
I just saw a 50 623 put sold and $25 December put sold. For what? Jamie? Yeah, Jimmy in the last 30 minutes. That's good. Can you explain why I let myself get stopped out of my cat 190s at around 184? I don't know. Been in and out of your stream and wanted to know with the SPY action today, do you still think it has gas in the tank for next week VUPs? Oh yeah. Yeah. You're forgetting that like right now we're only seeing short capitulation on out of the money puts. After today, we see short capitulation on in the money puts. Guess which ones carry the bigger hedge? Take your pick. If you play full bull, GME will halt into close. If you don't, Upstart will halt. Neither one is going to halt into close. Fubo might, but I doubt it. Is this a good entry price for Upstart? It's not bad. Honestly. Make sure you have theta and you understand what the thesis is. How much Upstart is too much Upstart? I currently have leverage on like 220,000 shares. Well, I have 2,200 options contracts, and then I own 10,000 shares. I also have 1,000, roughly 1,000 sold puts. Yeah, I averaged my shares down and my calls when I got the chance. Oh, I got assigned big. I got assigned big on the $27 CSPs. But I also got assigned early, so the credit was really nice. How many contracts have you added in the last week? A lot. Let's say you didn't buy enough exposure to SPX. Any chance of a dip early next week before the puts start falling off? Possibly into the AM expiration.
Better hope for some really bad economic news over the weekend.
What's the stock on the top right? SPX?
Putin capitulating on his special mission in Ukraine? No, that's good economic news. Japan started buying back bonds, Jade Zebra. Well, Bank of Japan. Bank of Japan moves forward with more QE. Surprise, surprise. Who cares about Russia? Well, I'd imagine people who get their natural gas from them, people who live in Ukraine. I don't know about Russians. Maybe.
I don't understand I don't understand animosity between nations. I thought global leaders would be mature enough to understand that the survival of the human race is at stake. There's too many of us, Dork. That's just a hard fact. There's way too many people. And every once in a while, we've got to get rid of some, or we'll run out of space. Also, money. What financial news outlets do you trust enough to read? None of them. But I read all of them. Does everyone realize that Ukraine will never be the same? Well, if they win, they'll be better. They'll also be beholden to the US for the next century. Which is the best pickle song? They will not win. Define win. You know, superpowers invade little countries in proxy wars because they know they won't win. It's way more profitable to just drag on a war for 10 or 15 years than it is to actually win one. Michael Simon, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Huberto fulfilling the prophecy foretold by our Lord and Savior, Mr. Pickle God. Thank you so much, MTB Durek.
When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Did Johnny A ever tell me which song? Whenever you say my full name, I feel like I was just called my actual full name by my mother when she's mad at me. Remember when DHL was at 28 and I said it was a goodbye, and now it's at 34? Remember when Cat was at 162 and I said it was a goodbye, and now it's at 190? Same like good picks. How about when SPX was at 3,500 and I was like, this motherfucker is going to 37 or 38? Are we I'm just not sure if it's a measuring contest. Are we doing percent gains? Or notional value? By the way, I did buy some. Although it's kind of hard to buy. I don't know if I'll hold it much longer, though, because I think oil's going to spike again. Does the perfect M balancing perfectly on your head line stand for magic? No. Remember when Revlon was listed too soon? How could I forget? Remember when I sold puts at the bottom on Fubo today, but calls would have been a lot better? Maybe. Hey, Gerg, been out of the loop here for a bit. What's up, King Ming? This seems good across the board for an Opex round next week. What would we be looking at for next week for best time to enter risk-adverse calls? Today? I don't know. We could get a pullback in like the early afternoon. That might be an opportune time. Upstart has gone live down for almost a year. What's the hope for that play? It's been on Reg Show for a month and a half, and they are continually shorting it. Those are my thoughts as well. Much appreciated. Have a good weekend. You too, dude. Power Hour song? It's kind of too late for that, right? My port is recovering greatly since applying your knowledge and understanding it as well. Only Freg's Day losses to recover like 100k, but this week was up 15. Thanks again. You're welcome, Willem. Congratulations, dude. One step at a time. Fubo acting weird with high volume. I know. I like it. A friend of mine works at T-Dub. How fucked is your portfolio? I'll tell her to average down. I don't think they're going out of business. How long was Jimmy on Reg Show before it started to run hard? Well, actually, Jimmy went on Reg Show and then off Reg Show and then back on Reg Show. But a few weeks. No, I guess it was a couple months, actually. Let's see. I'm trying to remember the dates for when it went back on. I think it went back on at the end of October, right? What's really important for Upstart is that it runs while on Reg Show. So if you want to like GME sneeze setup, we want to see Upstart run 20-40% or more while on Reg Show. If Upstart can do that, like if Upstart runs to $40, right? We get like a big run on it. And it stays on Reg Show, then you got a nice setup. Like a really, really, really nice setup. Any chances Jimmy gets put on Reg Show tonight? Maybe, but unlikely. I do think liquidity is really low, but I don't think we've had enough volume. Remember, Jimmy needs a lot more fails now than it used to need to get on Reg Show because of the split. But that was a great day. You know, I think we saw some of that 3,700 capitulation on the SPX, you know, helping drive us up into the 3,750 range and to close. We're now going to see all of those like 37, 38, 39, 4,000 puts close out, right? Those are all going to cash settle by Monday morning. That's a negative 33 billion per 1% move. Dollar deleveraging. So $33 billion worth of SPX bought for every 1% move to the upside. It probably means SPY move up hard Monday. SPY, SPX, the whole market lift, right? Bear rally. It looks really good. Obviously, atrocious economic something. I don't know. China invades Taiwan over the weekend, or Russia bombs something. Some politician sticks his foot in his mouth. We could end up with, you know, a negative open, but I don't even think a negative open is going to offset the amount of deleveraging that's going to occur here. You know, this is the culmination of short positions built over almost the entirety of our drop from 430 closing, with very little significant short interest beyond this. You know, and it's going to open up Monday with, you know, funds fully ready to leverage their margin to the upside, which can only help accelerate our movement. VIX is cooling off really hard today. everything looks promising. So even if we don't get like true Opex runs on, you know, all our favorite stocks, I think we'll still see a fairly significant lift from just the markets rising, right? Internalization is so high on some of them that there's really not much they can do to stop a break of the hedge. And most of those hedges also expiring today. So puts on GME, Fubo, Upstart, just market wide, really closing out everywhere. So yeah, hopefully it's a nice Opex. I've got a lot of, I've got a decent amount of confidence in it. Merry Opex, everyone, and I'll see you all Sunday, 12:30, and the rest of you who can't show up, I'll see you Monday morning. Thank you guys so much, and have a great weekend. Bye, guys. The members stream will be open to everyone.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
cult.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.